to pay off your loan or lease and tell your old car to rust in peace.
Get to Matt Black Kia today. Buried in a loan or lease? Matt Black Kia wants to get you released and treat yourself to $0, 0 payments until next year, even 0% up to 72 months on every clearly marked new Matt Black Kia in stock. You won't need a costume to get a brand new Matt Black Kia Forte LXS under 20 grand. That's right, a brand new Kia, just $19,999 with any trade. That's less than most used vehicles.
It's gotta be a Matt Black Kia.
With this credit 24 EV9 and 6, $1388 per thousand. Not all will qualify. Credit may affect down payments. Offers can't be combined. Visit MattBlackKiaNJ.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes. Through KMF, rebates and incentives to deal. At Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
When things are just too hard and you need someone to listen, 988 is here. Call, text, or chat 24/7. We are here for you. 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Call 988. A message from New Jersey Human Services.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Thank God I'm a good.
Sixers.
Bang! It's good. Ball game.
And Flyers.
Just in front of the net.
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Isn't it about time for somebody's favorite radio program? Yeah.
97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
Now, live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
We are live on a Thursday edition of the Sports Bash. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live at Chickies and Pete's, the official sports bar of the Philadelphia Eagles, and the Teachers Convention. I love this time of the year. We got a full packed house, baby, with the Teachers Convention in town. Now, normally, every year we do the show for the Teachers Convention week. We are at the Atlantic City Trop, and it's always packed over there. But we're at EHT today, and it looks like the teachers migrated to this one.
I was saying, these are our educators right here in New Jersey. Get a look at them.
This is how we ended up in the radio business, right? This is how we made a bad decision to end up in the radio business.
Well, to be fair,
look,
I mean,
I looked around and I said, this has to be the Teachers Convention today.
yes. And you know what? When was the last time they had a brewski or two
They deserve
on a Thursday afternoon?
They deserve a nice cold
Yes.
one, and there's no better place to get one than right here at Chickies and Pete's. We got a lot to dive into today. We're hanging out till 6. Stop by if you're a teacher. If you're not a teacher, there's a lot of people here today. PG texted me about 45 minutes ago. By the way, I'm Mike Gill. PG is my on-site producer. Josh Henning is back at the Ocean Casino Resort Studios, and he texted me and said it's packed here. And I said, it must be the Teachers Convention.
That is correct.
It is the Teachers Convention. I know. And normally, look, we get here. It's usually a pretty good crowd. But you got every seat in the table, and every table in the dining room is pretty much packed up. So if you want to come out, stop out. Johnny B's behind the bar. We're hanging out in our normal spot, and you guys out there. Now, couple things as we get to today. Number one, what story is the biggest story in your mind right now? One, Matvei Michkov has been a healthy scratch tonight. Tortorella is already –
I didn't know that.
He has been named a healthy scratch tonight for the game against Tampa. I mean, this is a guy who has 10 points in 13 games. You can't tell me that the Flyers are a better team with him not on the ice in a season where they're the worst team in the entire division right now. You telling me this is the way this season's already going? You're telling me this is the way that season's going? That's number one. Number two, you got this whole mess with the Sixers going on, to which now the news came down that Tyrese Maxey is going to miss a couple of weeks. So you've already got Embiid missing 7 games, 8 and 9 this weekend. You had Paul George miss 5, and now Maxey's going to miss time. We'll get to that coming up later on in the hour. But first, let's start the Eagles and Cowboys, because it's Cowboys week, it is Dallas week, and it is the Eagles, who, by the way, we haven't spent enough time on this game because of a lot of the things that are going on, and quite frankly, because Dallas stinks right now. But let's not lose sight of what has to happen this week. Philadelphia needs a win. They have to get a win. And all the conjecture this week has been about Nick Sirianni and the way that he managed that game on Sunday. And it has continued on a Thursday, to which Dan Orlovsky over at ESPN said this about the Eagles head coach.
When does Nick Sirianni's borderline recklessness hurt their football team? And the hope, if you're an Eagles fan, is not when it matters the most. You know, when they're playing Washington and it doesn't come down to the end when it comes to the one seed in the division, Sirianni goes for a two-pointer, they don't get it, and they lose by one type of thing. Like, that's the only hesitation. What they do against Dallas is not going to matter this weekend. They're going to beat Dallas.
Is Dan right? I mean, listen, if we're just taking it, is Nick Sirianni's recklessness the biggest problem that this team has? The way that this organization's philosophy is to be aggressive and go for it. We talked a lot about it yesterday. However, Lane Johnson was on the Gun on One podcast with Derek Gunn and had a lot of very interesting things to add to this conversation. He had a lot of things that I think when Lane Johnson talks, we respect him. And that's why I think these bites are worth bringing into the conversation. You know, Darius Slay, yeah, we like the coach being aggressive. Okay, he's a defensive guy. I don't know that we, I think Slay has kind of a love-hate relationship. Sometimes the fans are like, hey, Slay, shut up or whatever. I don't know that Slay is one of those voices that universally is respected in terms of sometimes he just says stuff, I think, just to get a rise. I mean, big play Slay sometimes is a polarizing voice in that locker room. But Lane Johnson is on the Jason Kelce scale, right? Lane Johnson's one of those voices that when he talks, we tend to perk our ears up and say, I think Lane speaks his mind. I don't think Lane's holding back, right?
Yeah, I think there's probably him, Brandon Graham. I mean, I can't think of another guy.
But Brandon,
that's on that stature.
You would put Lane Johnson on the Kelce level.
I put Lane ahead of Brandon Graham because Brandon sometimes is a little too positive.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but I do see what you're saying, Pete. He's on that Super Bowl team, so he has a little bit more clout in his voice. But when Lane Johnson says something, like Jason Kelce has said on some podcasts in the past, that Nick Sirianni is the best leader and, the most organized and holds people accountable better than any other coach he's ever been around. That means a lot coming from Jason Kelce, does it not?
Yeah, because he's played for Andy Reid, he played for Chip Kelly, he played for Doug Peterson, now Sirianni. So he has 4 head coaches to work off of, along with probably the most cachet in the city.
Right. So when you go down the road of what Jason Kelce says, you kind of say, okay, Lane Johnson, I think, is right there. Like when Lane Johnson says something, he doesn't say it to try to deflect or get away from the topic. I think Lane is like, no, I went to the coach and I told him to run the damn ball. Like, this is ridiculous the way we're doing this right now. So Lane Johnson on the Gun on One podcast says this about Nick Sirianni. He said the criticism about Sirianni is because the fans don't understand what goes on behind closed doors.
A lot of it's, they don't know who he is or how he operates, but I just think it's the city of Philadelphia. I think they're so crazy about football. I mean, I think about other teams, trying to think fan bases that are take it to this level. But, I think, talking back with the fan, the first thing Coach did was address that when he came back to the, Monday morning and was talking about how messed up it was and how he needs to learn from it. And so being vulnerable to us, showing, mistakes and stuff he can't do, and that kind of fuels to the fire.
So his, the point that he brings up is that the Philadelphia fans, they just love this team so much, but they don't know the Nick Sirianni and what goes on behind closed doors. He's essentially saying, and remember, this went on with Andy Reid. Andy was the guy at the podium, injuries, okay, I need to do a better job.
Time's yours.
And because of that, time's yours. Because of that, Andy was not this well-loved guy because you always felt that he was just kind of being so close to the vest. Now, Nick is not this close to the vest guy at the podium, but he is a word salad kind of all over the place kind of guy. But is he a different guy behind closed doors than the guy we see on the sideline?
I think that's an important point because the stuff that happens during the week, we don't know about. The fans they're not in the NovaCare complex during the week. So I think we should start putting some stock in the stuff that happens during the week. The motivation, the game plan, holding guys accountable, and maybe not so much game day.
Holding guys
for two.
Yeah. Holding guys accountable,
points.
though, it's something that Lane Johnson talked about. He said the failure to convert and holding the players accountable, not the coaches.
Yeah, there's some times I would like a field goal, but, there has been lots of times where we have converted on Snoopies and we have made those plays. And I feel like, kind of a letdown for us, I think as a players more than the play call because we have executed, and, a lot of those decisions come back from, lots of years of data that have been built up.
He just said the answer right there. A lot of those decisions have been put on based on lots of years of data that have been built up.
So
there is your answer.
It sounds like they didn't execute properly as opposed to Jacksonville finding something out about the tush push.
Absolutely.
And if that's the case, then you keep trying it. You keep going for it.
Absolutely, Pete and Josh. He said it right there. Yeah, there's times where I think we should go for field goals, but there are years of data, right? Is that what he said at the end? Did I hear that correctly? Because I'm on location with a lot of teachers here.
Yeah, he said there's lots of years of data, and he talks about on the podcast, especially that part, Mike, about how he says, look, he says, because part of the question was Derek Gunn was asking him, just to give the audience some context, Mike, what are the players thinking? What are their reaction when Sirianni's making these calls? And that's why Lane is saying, look, we're sitting there, we got to execute.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wish I knew what the question was that made him answer that way.
Yeah, so, that was Gunn's question. Gunn's like, what are you guys thinking when Sirianni's saying we're going for it on fourth down? We're going for the tush push here. Yeah, they call it the Snoopy, apparently. Is the player's name for it. So the idea being that he's like, look, it's on us to do it because guess what? We've done it. He says there's years of us being successful, and the coaches are drawing on that.
Yeah, the point, though, that he makes at the end, and he did say, look, there are times where, do I think we should go for a field goal? Yes. But the fact that they have all this data that is saying that you shouldn't, he's like, okay, if that's the case, then we have to execute the play because we have executed the play. Now, I think the question that Orlovsky brings in, is this reckless or just going blindly off of the data? I think there has to be a middle ground here, and you hope that Nick Sirianni and the Eagles organization go through all this and evolve the data and say, listen, if the score is 22, let's get up 3 scores. Right? Let's go up 3 scores, even if the play at that moment says fourth down in inches, go for it, or go up 3 scores.
Is there a good is that the reason? Like, is there a good reason to, when there's 16 points on the board and you kick an extra point and you make it and you take that point off the board because you want to go up 18-0? Is that a good reason?
Well, I think what gets lost in the sauce here, like somebody was texting in yesterday and about math. I don't know that math and time of, like, for instance, I think it matters late in the game, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes left in the game. That's when the math starts to matter with these decisions. I don't think the math matters to them in the decision process in the second quarter of a game. I don't think they think going up 3 scores in the second quarter matters as much as it might with 4 minutes left in the game.
So then that's data-driven.
I think so. I don't know that to be. It looks like that's the way that's influencing.
As opposed to just a feel for the game, 17-0.
Well, and that's what Lane Johnson's saying. He's saying, yeah, for the feel of the game, yeah, sometimes we'd like to kick a field goal maybe. But they have all this data that is saying, go for it. And if that's the case, we have to then convert. And because we have converted in the past. I think that's a very eye-opening bite to hear him basically say the data drives those decisions, right?
And also he's not saying it's a bad thing. He's not saying, oh, these coaches are going off of data, they shouldn't do that. He's not saying that. He's saying, look, we as players understand that the coaches look at us and say, You've done it before. Can you do it again? And the players say, well, we've done it before. We can do it again.
Well, right. He's saying, look, the data says we've done it. The data is saying that we are successful.
Right.
And by us going by the data is showing the confidence we have in you that you can do it. You know, that's the difference between, we go back to the game on Sunday. Doug Peterson did not have the confidence in his team. He did not have the confidence because the data for them says we don't convert enough.
Right.
We are not good enough. We don't convert enough, so we're not going to go down that road.
Well, then you just have to be willing to accept what would happen in late December. You go for that 2-point conversion, or you don't take the points and you lose the game because of it.
And I would go to what Orlovsky says. Yeah. I would go to the thing that Orlovsky said. He said, is that recklessness going to be what holds them back? I would say this. Did you like Detroit? Do you like what Detroit does? Because that's what got them to the NFC Championship game. It's also what cost them the NFC Championship. So you can't not be who you are and change who you are to get you to a certain spot and expect to win like that.
And
like,
really,
if you're a fastball pitcher and you get to, the biggest game of your life, all of a sudden, are you going to start, showcasing your off-speed stuff, or are you going to keep hanging out with your fastball?
Well, what's the count? What's the score?
That's a good point. You want to mix it up, believe me. Yes, yeah. I do see that. But you stick with your strengths a lot of the time. Lane Johnson says, though, that the players do appreciate how Sirianni explains his reasoning to all the players on why he makes each decision.
That's one thing I love about Coach Sirianni is that when we get back to the room and stuff, that's floating around, he addresses it and we talk about it. And we go, people are going, what the hell's going on here? Okay, this is why we did it. So we explain to it, and in the heat of the moment, you're like, damn it, man, what are we doing? But, yeah, for me and for the players, it's like, man, it's a part of the game. It's like we have a job to do anyway. It ain't going to be pretty all the time.
That's an interesting one because that does suggest there are times in the game when the call is being made that the players are like, what are we doing here? And Sirianni then after the game, when there is the criticism, when there is the heat, they didn't convert. And everybody's saying, take the points. And he doesn't, and he has to sit the team down and say, this is why I did that. I don't know what the reaction is from the team in that moment, but it sounds like he's saying, this is why I like Nick Sirianni, is he doesn't just wildly say, I went for it, and if you don't like it, there's the door. He says, I went for it, guys, and here's why.
And the word he used, by the way, is not like, love. He has said multiple times on that interview with Derek Gunn, Mike, this is what I love about Coach Sirianni. So for the fans out there and for the media members who have this attitude of the players can't stand this guy, the players give him the side eye, there's no evidence to say that these players hate what Sirianni is doing.
I don't think I don't get the feeling that the fans think the players don't like Sirianni. Do you?
I've seen people suggest that online. People have suggested the players think this guy's nuts. How can they play for this guy?
Yeah, I don't get. I don't feel like they. I don't feel that way. I don't think that the players. Listen, Jason Kelce is the biggest
because you're
voice
objective,
in that room.
Mike.
Well, Jason Kelce is the biggest voice in that room, even though he's not there. He's still a big voice in that organization. And on his New Heights podcast, he said it. He said that he is the most, he holds people accountable more than any coach he's ever been around. I got to say, that's a pretty strong statement in favor of Nick Sirianni that a guy like Dan Orlovsky might not understand.
Here, we'll play that bite. This is from the New Heights podcast with Jason Kelce.
Nick, and I really mean this, is one of the best coaches I've been around and talking about coaching situational ball, really understanding what to do in the right moment, motivating guys. We coach things up in team meetings and hold people accountable better than pretty much any other coach I've been around.
That he is the best in coaching situational ball, holding people accountable. The situational ball part, is that suggesting, hey, in this situation, we're going for it. In this situation, go for it. So, to me, Jason Kelce really puts him over the top. I mean, he really cements that the players do have a respect and like playing for him. And if you're a fan, you should say, I don't agree with all the stuff they do, but I love the fact that my team likes playing or loves playing for the head coach. I think that should be something that at least you don't like the decisions he makes, fine. I don't need to convince you of not everybody's going to like him. I can't tell, Joe in Northfield, hey, man, you need to like these decisions. No, Joe in Northfield or whoever doesn't have to like the decisions. But what you should feel better about is that the players respect his decisions and they want to play for him. That should be what matters more than anything.
Yeah, like Jeff in Galloway texted in, Mike, on the text board at 609-403-0973. Jeff in Galloway says, well, I guess the idea is you live by the sword, you die by the sword.
No doubt, Jeff. You're absolutely right about that. Hey, when you win that game, the Super Bowl game, because you went for Philly instead of kicking a field goal, when you win that Super Bowl game, what's the play that John McMullen brought up on the show, the 4th down and 1 play that they converted?
Right.
When you win that Super Bowl because you did that, as opposed to maybe being safe, taking the points,
you
punting
set
the ball
a precedent.
away, you set the precedent of this is who we are, and we're not going to get it all the time. But we're going to live by the sword. We're going to die by the sword. And I'll tell you what, when you win by the sword, it feels a whole heck of a lot better, doesn't it?
Than Nick Foles dropping that pass. That
Nick
could have gone
Foles-
down as the worst call in the history of Philadelphia sports.
Right, like if you
Am
run
I
that
wrong?
play on a 4th down, and that's the play you pull out, and you throw that ball, and Foles drops it.
By not executing.
Like Barkley dropped that ball
Right.
earlier this year. You went for it. You said, I trust Barkley. You threw Barkley the ball, and he dropped it. Well, then the coach got criticized for it. But if he catches that ball, they're saying, man, what a great play. You called him so well.
Right.
Lane Johnson, though, he did explain the value of Sirianni and the way that he allows the players to have a voice in this stuff.
Sirianni does a good job of, we have like a leadership council, so it doesn't have to be captains, but people that he sees as being of heavy influence of the team. And, man, we communicate, really every Friday. We discuss how the week's gone, anything we can do with the schedule, anything we want to bring up and to discuss, which, I've been in the NFL for a long time, and some teams, they don't work like that.
Again, it's Lane Johnson basically laying it out that this guy allows us to have a voice. He takes what we say under consideration, and he explains things to us. I think all of the stuff that Lane is saying lines up for these guys really like and respect playing for Nick Sirianni. Is he going to do things that we, the fans, always are on board with? Absolutely not. Not if he's going to follow data, not if he's going to follow the analytics. We're always going to question that. You know why? Because that's not the way we were taught the game. Like this guy texts in saying that the Lions were the better team, but they lost the game to the Niners because of the analytics. So be it. They live by the sword, they die by the sword. But that's what got them there.
Right.
And I don't know that they were the better team, by the way. I think the 49ers were if anything, those two teams were pretty close. I don't know that there was any clear-cut favorite in that game. But the Lions, you can make an argument, got to that game because of the decisions they made. See, that guy doesn't watch the Lions play every single game. You go back and watch them play, they are there, and they won a lot of games because they were aggressive. They went for it on 4th down. So the reason why you think they're so good, you said they're the better team. Why do you think that? Because they are aggressive. That's why they're there, and that's why you think they're the better team, because if they weren't as aggressive as they were, you wouldn't think they're the better team. So you are basically condescending your own opinion. And you are saying, well, they're the better team. Well, why do you think they're better? Because they're aggressive. They go for it on 4th down. They take chances, and a lot of times they convert those chances, which makes them look better because they convert those chances. And just like the story with Atlanta yesterday. Why is Atlanta 6-3? Because they're going for it, they're taking chances, and they're converting on those chances. And why are the Eagles 6-2, by the way? Because they're going for it, they're converting those things, and it's helping them win games. Now, they went for it, and they didn't convert, and yet they still won the game the other day, which means, hey, they're pretty damn good if they can go for it that many times and not get it and still win the football game.
Mike, one of the things also we got to remember is what is the commonality between the Eagles and Lions, aside from the Lions and Eagles both going for it on 4th down, is the players love the coach.
Well, Dan Campbell is very much like a Nick Sirianni. He's not a play caller. He does not call the plays.
Nope.
He is the guy who stands on the sideline and rah-rahs and gets these people ready. He sits in the meetings, and he is a version of Nick Sirianni. This is a classic case of personality over performance.
Right.
You like Dan Campbell because you bite the kneecap, tough,
He
raw.
sounds like a WWE wrestler cutting
If
a promo.
Nick Sirianni was Dan Campbell with his personality, the Eagles fans would love Dan Campbell as the coach here, wouldn't they?
100%. He would be a god.
He would be loved here because he played the game. He looks tough. He don't care. But Dan Campbell and Nick Sirianni have the same mindset. They just do it a little different. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Streaming live video on the X platform. At Mike Gill Show, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe.
Can't believe Michkov is a healthy scratch. We got to talk about that.
Were you going to watch the game if he played?
No.
So what do you care?
I've been waiting for this guy for 2 years, and now he's a healthy scratch 10 games into the season.
Flyers tonight against Tampa. Listen on Rock 104.1, the Rock 104.1 free mobile app. Good stuff from Lane Johnson. Good stuff on that Gun on One podcast. Coming up, an update on Tyrese Maxey. It's not good. That's next. This is the Sports Bash Live at the official sports bar of the Philadelphia Eagles. Chickies and Pete's, Egg Harbor Township, the A.J. Brown Wings. And, of course, they got all sorts of specials going on for the happy hour today. Stop out and see us live here at Chickies and Pete's in Egg Harbor Township. It's the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings at BMW of Atlantic City. Stop in and shop your favorite models, including the new BMW 2 Series, X3, and more. We're sure to have a vehicle that fits your needs. And with Acceleride, purchase your vehicle online and we'll deliver it directly to you. Looking to trade? We'll pay top dollar for your current vehicle. Experience luxury today at BMW of Atlantic City, closer than you think. In Egg Harbor Township, shop our complete inventory online at bmwatlanticcity.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two have geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. The Nizam's Indian Restaurant on Route 40 in Egg Harbor Township is ready to serve you delicious Indian dishes. NJ.com ranked them as the #2 best restaurant in all of New Jersey. And this just in. It's their Eagles football special. Your table receives free tandoori, spicy chicken wings if the Eagles win for dine-in customers only. Join them for a special lunch buffet, Fridays through Sundays from 11:30 to 3 p.m. Visit thenizams.com for more information.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Time to work on your gift list with Black Friday deals at the Home Depot. Right now, get a select tool from top brands like Ryobi and Milwaukee for free when you buy a select battery kit. Choose from reciprocating saws, multi-tools, sanders, and more. Whether you're stocking up on power for your personal workshop or grabbing the perfect gift for someone else's. Get Black Friday tool deals delivered from the Home Depot. Limit 1 per transaction. Exclusions apply. Full eligible tool list in-store and online.
Hey, Birds fans, it's about that time. Football season is back, and Boardwalk Honda is giving you the chance to score big. Stop in and take advantage of game-changing savings all month long. Shop our lineup of new pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas. We have something for everyone, and credit problems are no problem with over 25 financial lenders to get you approved and on the road to victory. Visit us in Egg Harbor Township or online at boardwalkhonda.com. And remember, from Maine to Miami, nobody beats a Boardwalk deal.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Did you know millions of people are getting prescription medications for weight loss, sexual health, better sleep, and more, all online? RexMD.com has made getting these medications fast and easy, with free delivery of the most popular medications right to your door. Just fill out a brief survey, and if appropriate, we'll prescribe and ship clinically proven options to help with issues like weight loss.
I've lost 45 pounds so far. It's nice to get back into clothes that I haven't been able to wear for a long time.
We can also help with insomnia.
I slept through the whole night. It made me feel very well rested and ready to go for the day.
And RexMD can improve your sexual health.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is happier. I am definitely much happier.
At RexMD.com, we've made the process fast, easy, and affordable. Visit RexMD.com right now to get started. That's REXMD.com.
To all you tool people out there, has Harbor Freight got a deal for you? Big savings every single day this November. Because we know that right now, when the price of everything only seems to go up, you need a place where prices stay low. So shop in-store or online for quality tools you can trust at prices you'll love every day. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
The best call to make on game day is ordering catering from the Piccadilly Inn. For parties big or small, the Pick does it all. Your guests will be cheering for the Pick spin on football favorites like pulled pork nachos, cheesesteaks, burgers, and their award-winning buffalo wings, tails, and ears. Get your chicken wing fix on Route 206 at the Piccadilly Inn. Join the flock and follow the Pick on Facebook or at piccadilly.com for their Pick game specials. And be sure to pre-order to guarantee your spot in Sunday's lineup.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And I am the voice of the voiceless
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Tyrese Maxey will have a full evaluation later today, but the sides are bracing for him to miss about a couple of weeks with this hamstring injury. He's a guy that obviously wants to play through everything, but he will need to take his time. This is a soft tissue injury. The Sixers are going to take it very, very seriously. I've spoken to his agent, Rich Paul, at Clutch Sports, and they will make sure that he's going to be 100% when he comes back. He's someone that wants to play basketball desperately bad, but this hamstring injury, it's a soft tissue injury. The Sixers will be taking this very, very seriously.
You just heard Shams Charania. The Sixers are going to be without Tyrese Maxey now. The hits just keep on coming. They've played 5 games without Paul George. They are now up to 7 games without Joel Embiid, and that's going to be 8 and 9. He will not play on Friday or Sunday because of suspension. And now they will have to play without Tyrese Maxey. You know, I think I saw last night during the broadcast, the Sixers are 1-6. In the history of the NBA, only 12 teams have started the season 1-6 and ended up making the playoffs. I don't know that the playoffs are not attainable, but not having Tyrese Maxey, not having Paul George, and not having Joel Embiid playing games together is not a recipe for success. I've been talking about it, whether or not Embiid and Paul George can play 50 or 60 games together. I just don't think that's enough. Chris Mannix covers the NBA. Ben Golliver covers the NBA on the Chris Mannix NBA podcast, and he uses a team last year that had 3 stars and it struggled to put together any consistency, the Phoenix Suns.
There needs to be a priority made to getting these guys on the court for as many games as possible, because talent can only get you so far. You have to have chemistry that comes along with that talent. Look at the Suns as a recent example. A lot of things went wrong in Phoenix last year, but among them was that Kevin Durant Devin Booker, and Bradley Beal only played about 40 games together. Like, you've got to play more.
40 games together, you got to play more. 100%. That's the problem. If Joel Embiid and Paul George, they're going to play together now, but they're going to play all these games without Tyrese Maxey. I mean, to me, this is a lost season.
You think that?
It is.
You're at that point already?
I mean, even if Embiid comes back, Maxey comes back 2 weeks from now. We're talking about a hamstring injury for an NBA player. The explosion that Maxey has.
So that's after Thanksgiving, December probably.
What is their record? Where are they? And that's now, how many games does Joel Embiid come back? And by the way, he plays Tuesday night against the Knicks. Correct me if I'm wrong, Josh. They have a back-to-back on Wednesday against Cleveland, who hasn't lost a game yet. And Embiid ain't playing in a back-to-back game, so you're going to get him on Tuesday night against the Knicks, but you're not going to get him on Wednesday night against Cleveland.
Yeah, remember the reason why the NBA Cup game is on Tuesday is because, and part of the reason why he's going to play is because, remember, that's the whole, this is the national game, this is the not national game. So the Cavs game is the quote-unquote less important game the next night.
Well, even Embiid's going to be on a minutes restrictions regardless. I mean, he's not going to be playing 40 minutes out the gate.
You would think not. You would think that he comes back and you have to ease him back in. So he's playing the Knicks on Tuesday. He's probably not, well, I would say definitively not going to play on Wednesday.
Right.
So there's a night where you're playing with no Maxey and no Embiid. And then, okay, Embiid and Paul George are playing together, but they're playing without Maxey.
Right.
You can't replicate what Maxey brings to the table. Who's going to take those minutes? Kyle Lowry? Yeah, Lowry and Maxey ain't the same player.
Not even close.
Not even close. So you have a situation where, Maxey is the point guard. And now, here's a guy who averages 27 points a game right now. You're taking him out of the lineup. So great. They get back Paul George and Joel Embiid. Well, then there's no meshing with Maxey. And how many games are these three guys going to get to play together? He just said the Suns played about 40 games last year with Beal, Booker, and Durant, and that team went out in the first round. Why? Because they couldn't get their record to a point where they had a favorable first-round matchup, and they didn't have enough time to gel. And now you see this team in the second year of them all playing together. They had a full training camp. They're playing together, and the team's like 7-1. But Chris Mannix said the Sixers have to get on the court to develop the chemistry, and I don't see it happening.
You got to develop chemistry. You can't just microwave it at the end of the season. The best teams, historically, especially more recently, whether it's the Warriors, the Nuggets, the Celtics, are teams that have been together, the core of which have been together for a number of years. So you have to prioritize getting all these guys out there on the floor.
Got to prioritize getting all these guys out on the court. That's why the whole managing these guys through injuries is a bad precedent to begin with. If that is your blueprint to try to get through a season, it is a losing proposition. You sign Paul George, and the reasoning should be, I want Paul George and Joel Embiid to play as much as they can so that these two guys have optimal chemistry, so when they get to the playoffs, they have played 70, 80 games together, and they know if this guy's going to break wind, he knows where to smell it.
But, I mean,
I don't know how to respond to that one.
Well, I know how to respond. It's the idea that, you have to know. It's like in football. When a quarterback throws to a spot on the field, the receiver has to be there or it's intercepted. It's the same with basketball. Sometimes those fast breaks are so beautiful because of the fact that the guy knows, hey, Maxey or Paul George or Embiid is running on the right side at this very second so I can get in the ball for the layup.
Yeah, I think, them playing 50 games at most together, certainly, to me, not good enough. And I hope I'm way off on that. But to me, what's their record going to be? With Maxey now, I'm going to imagine Maxey's going to miss a minimum of how many games between now and Thanksgiving? And I don't even know that that's a fair return point for him, to be honest with you. I mean, with the way he was limping off the court last night, if they're saying a couple of weeks.
10 games.
10 games. Okay, are they 5-5?
No,
without Maxey.
Not with the way this team's playing.
And the 10 games. I know they play the Knicks on Tuesday. I know they play the Cavs on Wednesday. I don't know what else other than that, but those two games aren't a walk in the park.
Yeah, I'll run down the schedule for you. You got the Lakers on Friday night. Then you got the Hornets on Sunday. Tuesday against the Knicks. Wednesday against the Cavs. Next Friday against the Magic. Then you're on the road, by the way, in Orlando. Also on the road at Miami, at Memphis. Come back home to the Brooklyn Nets, Following that is the Clippers are going to be in town. I forgot the Clippers logo was for a second. The stupid new logo they got. And then you got the Rockets the day before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like a treacherous schedule, but all those teams are middle of the pack to okay. There's no, Brooklyn's pretty meh, but other than that, yeah, I don't know. You play 10 games. Let's say on the low side, 10 games without Maxey. That's 10 games that Embiid and George and Maxey did not play together. So now you've already played 7 games without them.
Right.
That's another 10. That's 17 games of the 82 that those 3 guys are not playing together. And that is something that Chris Mannix says the 76ers, you can't troubleshoot chemistry when you get to the playoffs.
And the Sixers, over the next few months, have to make sure that, we're going to let Embiid sit out back-to-backs, and maybe we're going to do the same thing with Paul George. But every week can't be we play these guys 2 out every 4 games. Because if you do that, you probably ensure that you get into the playoffs healthier than you were a year ago. But you're going to wind up going through growing pains in the postseason.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. Mannix is absolutely right on the money. You can't, you entered this season saying you weren't going to play these guys back-to-back. And now you're basically saying, now that they've been hurt and we have to manage the back-to-backs, how many games can these guys realistically play together? And it's something Ben Golliver from the Washington Post, who covers the NBA, he was out there in L.A. last night for that game, and he said the continuity is the key to winning in the NBA, and the Sixers will not and do not have it.
Look at what's winning right now around the league, right? It's the continuity and it's stability. Those are 2 factors that the Sixers just don't have. I could point to Boston. I could point to Oklahoma City, who's got a case as the best team in the league right now. I could point to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Yeah, that's their whole deal, right? All those 4s have been together. The Suns look better the second time around because, shockingly, they've had their guys together. They built up a little bit of a game plan.
Yeah. All the teams right now that you feel good about are teams that have been together, have the core. Golden State last night went on the road and play Boston. They're not better than Boston, but you know what they are? They're wiser, and they've been together. I mean, that's no Clay there, but you got Draymond, and you've got Curry,
Wiggins.
and you got Wiggins, and that group of guys has been together for 5 years, that crew. And they know where they're going to be on the floor. You watched the Sixers play last night. It was painful to watch.
It has been painful.
It is painful. They got 4 guys standing around the arc with Andre Drummond hanging out on the paint. You've got a bunch of guys who look old and slow. How many turnovers in a row did Eric Gordon have just because simply he looked slow and the bounce pass was – just
bad.
I'm like, bad.
It was bad.
It was bad. He was terrible last night. Caleb Martin, I mean, what the heck was his shot last night?
He missed all those free throws. And their offense is literally, I call it my turn, your turn. There's no ball movement. It's just my turn, your turn. Every time up the floor.
Yep, it's come in the game, everybody around the arc, throw it around until somebody gets a little bit of breathing room that they can jack one up. I mean, they had 29 three-point attempts in the first half, 29 three-point attempts in the first half. And Ben Golliver says, overall, he was out there in L.A. last night covering that game, covering that team. When you watch this team play, the Sixers plan with Embiid and Paul George, it's not going to work.
Embiid can come back and get them back into the playoff picture. I do not buy the 76ers approach. I do not buy their plan. I don't think that it's going to be a big change from Paul George that we saw with the Clippers, where there was a lot of playoff shortcomings and frustrations. Somehow that's going to change overnight once he goes to Philadelphia. I just don't buy it.
I don't buy it either. And listen, the Embiid fact that he has to miss these 3 games because he pushed the reporter. I mean, could he have helped them win that game last night? I don't know. I mean, they ended up getting the doors blown off them, but it was a close game for most of it. And then that third quarter, it kind of got away from the Sixers. And then Maxey goes down. Can he help them beat the Lakers, who are struggling right now, on Friday night? Maybe.
Well, part of the
But are
problem.
you winning that game without Maxey and Embiid on Friday night with what you have right now?
Well, part of the problem goes back to what Pete said a moment ago, Mike, which is he said, the whole offense is your turn. It's your turn. Well, when you have 3 superstars on the court who haven't played together and they start playing that way, it's going to look clunky, as you saw on Monday night. Remember, it was like why did Paul George get the shots late in the fourth quarter against the Suns? Because he's Paul George, I guess. I mean, he was having a really good quarter, but why didn't you let Max take some of those shots? It was almost
how about last night? I don't know if you watched the NBC Sports broadcast or the ESPN broadcast.
NBC Sports.
I saw ESPN.
Or I was watching the ESPN broadcast because I like Bob Myers. And Myers was talking about in that game that Maxey hasn't taken a shot.
Right.
And all of a sudden, when Paul George left the court, Maxey took like 6 straight shots. And it's like, is he having trouble finding his way? Am I trying to get Paul George up to speed quicker because he's missed 5 games? And then as soon as George left the court, Maxey starts pouring it up. And then when they're in a situation where if you don't have Paul George on the floor, you have to have Maxey on the floor. And if you take Maxey off the floor, George has to be on the floor because nobody else can create. They're all just standstill shooters. But that's the way the roster was built because of Embiid.
Right.
This goes back to they're building a roster because of Embiid's talents. Hey, get a bunch of guys who can stand in the corner, which is something that Tobias Harris couldn't do.
Embiid and Maxey can do the pick and roll game.
Those two guys pick and roll.
They know how to play together.
And then the rest of the guys sit around the arc and get open looks and try to bury threes. That's the way the roster was built. They don't have a big guy that anybody has to sag off to, so these guys aren't getting the looks that they're going to get when Joel Embiid's out there. So you have to sit and suffer through this until Embiid gets back because the team was built around Embiid's talents, not anybody else's. They certainly weren't built around Andre Drummond's talents.
Well, it sounds like, and we haven't mentioned one name in this entire segment. That name is Nick Nurse. It sounds like we should start pointing the finger at Nick Nurse.
Well, listen.
Even last year in the playoffs, I was not.
There we go. Back to blaming the coach.
I was not too encouraged with that series.
So Nick Nurse is in a tough spot because, as I said before, you're going to put this offense in training camp, centered around Embiid. Are you going to now practice a whole nother offense because he's not there?
I know. A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, Nick Sirianni, it's tough for him too. Man, I get it.
I'll tell you what. Nick Nurse, by the way, won an NBA championship. He's a coach of the year multiple times.
Sirianni did not, by the way.
I don't know that there's any coach in this world that fans out there are going to universally say, you know what, this guy's not the problem. It's the players who aren't good enough. I would love once to hear the fans say, you know what?
Won't happen.
It's not the coach who's the problem. It's the players aren't good enough. And let me tell you right now, the Philadelphia 76ers, as constructed, this team is not good enough because this team was not built to be a bunch of role players playing around Tyrese Maxey. This team, you don't build around a 6-foot guard. That never worked for the Sixers,
Nurse,
remember?
He needs to figure out how to win without Embiid, though, because he's not going to have them every game. So they have to figure out how to win games without Joel Embiid.
I do agree with that. It can't be you do the same thing with Embiid that you do without him. You have to do something different when you know Embiid's not playing, but you also don't have – it's a mess to start, and I will say this. Do I think they're going to make the playoffs? Yes. Do I think they're going to go deep in the playoffs? No, I do not, because of what those guys just said. They echoed what I said yesterday. Not enough continuity, not enough time to gel, and too many teams that do have that continuity and gelling time. It's a Sports Bash Live. Don't forget that Sounders going off this hour for 99 Growlers. Listen for your chance to enter. Coming up, we're live at Chickies and Pete's in Egg Harbor Township here on the Sports Bash Thursday on 97.3 ESPN.
This is South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles continue the 2024 season this Sunday in Dallas against their NFC East rival Cowboys.
Past another, leaps over a third, and cuts down at the 30. What was that?
Listen to all the action with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick with pregame coverage starting at 3 p.m. and kickoff at 4:25. This is the play-by-play home of the Philadelphia Eagles, 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot, so let's get to decorating. Find your perfect tree in our huge assortment of shapes, sizes, and styles. Like the easy-to-assemble Jackson Noble fir, with pre-lit branches perfect for styling with all your favorite ornaments. Or the Flock Starry Light Fraser fir, with over 1,900 pre-lit memory wire branches that keep their shape so it's ready right out of the box. Ooh. Find the perfect tree now at the Home Depot.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No, just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble.
Now through November 12th, get thrillifyingly fast 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data included for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen and see Wicked, only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan to auto stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $90 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Sounds like wipers. If your wipers are streaking, skipping, chattering, or even worse, loud, you need to visit AutoZone and get some fresh new blades. We've got basic wipers to get you back on the road, as well as premium blades from Bosch and Rain-X. So if you're hearing this, just head to your nearest AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people, obviously. But what's more, MediShare members like it. Their satisfaction rate is 98%. Imagine that. And MediShare is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing. If you join before November 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save even more right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is November 15th. So call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number, 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius. Or two have geniuses and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Tired of hearing no? Everywhere you go, we turn no into go during Black Nissan's November sales event. Say no to high-priced new cars. Brand new Mid Black Nissan Sentra S, just $19,999. Say no to low trade offers. AJ the Trade Man wants your trade, no matter the make, miles, or condition. Say no to down payments. Say no to payments for 90 days. And say no to high interest rates. 60 months, 0% financing on every clearly marked new Nissan. Backed by Mad Black's 4-day love it or leave it return policy. Tired of hearing no to a discount on a new ride? New 25 Sentra S, under 20 grand.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Black Nissan.
Approved Tier 1 credit for NEMAC. Negative equity refinance. VIN number SY231649. MSRP 22,730 plus tax tag at $689.8. Offers can't be combined. 0% for 60 months. Call 877-289-667 or go to MadBlackNissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 12/5/24. It's on at Mad Black Nissan on the Black Horse Pike. Egg Harbor Township.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Use the hashtag SBLive. We're at Chickies and Pete's, Egg Harbor Township, where, what's tonight? Oh, good game tonight, Bengals and Ravens.
Ravens-Bengals, AFC North.
Jeff Nadeau tonight with his favorite plays of the week. I didn't have a good night in the Bet365. I don't know. Did I win the college football game last night? I don't remember. Northern Illinois was the game.
A little action on a Wednesday night.
Yeah. Sixers I took last night, 1.5. They got smoked. Took the Lakers. I actually didn't take the Lakers.
You did not take the Lakers.
No, I took the Knicks. That's who I took.
That was the Knicks. J.J. Redick walked out of his press conference last night.
He was a little short with people.
Yep.
Yeah.
Didn't take long.
So you're upset. We should do a new segment. What's PG upset about? Michkov not playing in a game you're not going to watch?
That's not. Yes.
What are you, Peter Griffin? What grinds my gears?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got PG is up. What irks PG? That a guy is not playing tonight in a game he's not going to watch.
Have you watched any of the Flyers games this year, Pete?
I have, yeah. Well,
Okay.
They were out west to start the season, so I caught some of those games. I caught the 7-5, that crazy game that Couturier had a hat trick in.
Right.
I have watched more this year than I have in the past at this stage of the season.
That's probably because of Michkov.
It is because of Michkov, but I will say a lot of it is too like, hey, it's, like tonight's Thursday. Thursday night football's on. I'm going to watch the football game. Like when they play Tuesday night and they're the only game on,
right?
Then I usually will tune into them.
He should
now,
be
this
playing,
Tuesday I didn't
though.
watch because did they play Tuesday? Were they up against the election?
They played Boston, I think.
All the NBA teams were off on Tuesday because of the election.
You're right, but Tuesday night I think the
The
Flyers
Flyers played. Yeah, they played.
So I didn't watch the game. I was watching.
They played Carolina.
Yeah, they lost that game 7-5 or 6-5 or 6-4, something
but
like that.
Michkov should be playing every game. I mean, you're not doing anything.
Well,
this
listen,
season.
I know you talked to Durso the other day
Yeah.
on your show, and you're going to talk to him again tonight. Why is Durso saying – because I said to you, look, he wasn't a healthy scratch, but they were benching him in the games. Like, he wasn't getting as much ice time. So it was trending towards – the writing was on the wall here that him and Tortorella, because there was this whole thing like, oh, this is part of – but now he's a healthy scratch. What did Durso say the other night about it?
So what he described, because last Thursday, the same thing happened on this past Tuesday, which is he did not play the final chunk of the game. So, like, for example, on Tuesday, it was the final 6 minutes, didn't see any ice time. On last Thursday, he didn't play at all in the third period. And the reason why was because of the fact that apparently he is not doing what he's supposed to be defensively. And so what's happening is you have a guy who Tortorella keeps saying he's hitting the rookie wall. Well,
you can't hit the rookie wall 5 games into the year.
Well, then
tell me. I know
what's-
they're more than 5 games in, but still.
Well, then you read between the lines and tell him what they're really saying.
I think he's frustrated by the fact that the kid probably doesn't listen to him.
This is his MO, though. This is what he does.
Yeah,
He's
he did it
infamous
with
for doing this.
Forrester. He did it with Couturier. He named him the captain, then he made him a healthy scratch. I mean, for God's sake.
I do not want to hear this is part of his development. This is part of the process.
You're angered.
I do not want to hear that. I don't buy that.
So there's this whole thing. Like, you got this young team that is obviously I got to be honest, like last year they overperformed. They were a team that fought hard and hung into the end. They probably overperformed their talent last year. This is not a team that should be looking at wins and losses. And when you win like you did last year, when you were right there, you're thinking, man, we're right there. Can we be a playoff team this year? That's probably not who they should be. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. It's that time. There's the contest sounder for the 99 Growlers. We're going to be at Mud Hen Brewing Company in Wildwood for this year's 99 Bottles Party, which this year is 99 Growlers.
It's a lot of beer, man.
99 Growlers, a lot of people, a lot of tickets. 99 tickets at caller 7 at 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller 7 right now. You will be one of the 99. And as one of the 99, you are walking away with a pair of tickets, and one of those pair of tickets will be to see the Eagles play the Pittsburgh Steelers at Lincoln Financial Field on December 15th. If you're caller 7, you have a shot. 609-573-3776. It's all thanks to our friends. I can't wait to get down to Mud Hen Brewing Company. What a great spot. We'll be there on Wednesday, November 27th. Good luck.
Ian Eagle here from Thursday Night Football on Westwood One. Devin McCourty and I will bring you AFC North action to start Week 10 when the Ravens host the Bengals. Both scored 41 points in huge wins last week. Now, Joe Burrow and Cincinnati hope to get back to 500 with a division win, while Lamar Jackson and Baltimore eye a move to 7-3. Join us on Thursday Night Football.
Listen to Thursday Night Football. Coverage begins at 7:30 on 97.3 ESPN.
Hi, I'm Dan Tracy. I'm a workers' compensation attorney. At Goldenberg Mackler, we've handled thousands of workers' compensation claims over the years. Our experienced attorneys understand the law and will fight to get you the benefits that you deserve. When injured at work, make the right call to Goldenberg Mackler. Call us at 609-344-7131. That's 609-344-7131. Or visit us online at gmslaw.com.
It's football season, and Uber Eats is dropping undefeated deals on all your game day favorites. This week, score buy one, get one free Crunchwrap Supremes from Taco Bell, only on Uber Eats. Craving even more? We've got you covered with game day deals on pizza, burgers, wings, and more all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Order Taco Bell for game day now through November 17, 2024. Second item of equal or lesser value. Terms apply. See app for details.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
The time of year for killer deals. You've had your eye on some hot new wheels. We want to pay off your loan or lease and tell your old car to rust in peace. Get to Matt Black Kia today. Buried in a loan or lease? Matt Black Kia wants to get you released and treat yourself to 0 down, 0 payments until next year, even 0% up to 72 months on every clearly marked new Matt Black Kia in stock. You won't need a costume to get a brand new Matt Black Kia Forte LXS under 20 grand. That's right, a brand new Kia, just $19,999 with any trade. That's less than most used vehicles.
It's gotta be a Matt Black Kia.
With the first credit 24 EV9 and 6, $1388 per thousand. Not all will qualify. Credit may affect down payments. Offers can't be combined. Go to MattBlackKiaNJ.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes. Through KMF. Rebates and incentives to be owned. Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike. Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
At the Home Depot, the holidays have arrived.
And so is all my family, so I'm working on keeping up with the laundry.
The Home Depot is here to help with Black Friday savings up to 40% off select appliances. Spend less time doing laundry with smart, efficient appliances from Samsung, ranked #1 in customer satisfaction.
Perfect. Less laundry time means more family time.
Get Black Friday savings now with free delivery and financing on select appliances at the Home Depot. Visit jdpower.com/awards for more details. Offer valid November 6th through December 4th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. Terms and conditions apply.
South Jersey's official play-by-play home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort studio, here's Mike Gill.
The other day against the Jacksonville Jaguars, that you get yourself out to a 22-0 lead, and then you have to hold on for dear life against a bad football team. That at the beginning of this win streak, you were pounding yourselves on the chest for beating the Cleveland Browns by 4 points at home. I just have the feeling that this is too much of a roller coaster team, Joe, that I'm going to believe in them consistently down the stretch.
Can we not believe in this Philadelphia team, or are they starting to turn the corner? Which one is it? That's Chris Carlin on Carlin versus Joe here on 97.3 ESPN. Says too many red flags. You know, you beat Cleveland, you beat the Giants, you barely beat Jacksonville. You barely beat Cleveland, by the way.
Cincinnati
was a good win. So it's a hard read over those 4 games. John McMullen, Birch 365. You got that 4-game sample, and now we're ready to go into the next group of games. Highly important this week to knock Dallas kind of out, keep pace with Washington, and then Washington on Thursday night. And, John, this team now is kind of seems like they're finding who they are, whether they've done it impressively or not at this moment. Right, and I think what we lose sight of, John, is the parity in this league. It also, when you look at a team's record, you deem a 2-7 team, they're terrible. When in the reality, the difference between the team that's 5-3 and 2-7, the records look different. But the roster talent isn't all that different. I mean, they're usually pretty close. It's a player here, a quarterback there, and that's why we have these games that are always so close. But I think when you look at the records of teams, people think they stink or they're not any good when the talent of the rosters is not all that different. Well, you say it a lot. You say it a lot, John. Sometimes it's also when you play a team, right? You might have played a team now, they've lost 5 in a row, because they played with a couple offensive linemen hurt. Dallas right now, they've got a couple of key defensive players that have missed a bunch of games of their defense. Now, I don't know that Dallas is all of a sudden going to turn into, the doomsday defense, but there are factors into why a team's record gets to where it gets to. And you look at their record, you say, man, this team stinks. Well, they stink because they played 3 games without this guy, or they played 3 out of 4 without that guy. Right. Big time. Well, just think about when the Eagles, forget AJ and Devontae, don't play without when they play without Lane Johnson, just how that changes things for them. And now flip it over to defense for Dallas, taking one guy off the field, how much that changes things. We'll get into that a little bit. 4 straight wins by Philly. They're outscoring opponents, John, by 13.5 points per game during the win streak. That's the second best point differential in the league other than Detroit, who's beating teams by 22 points a game. So the 13.5 points per game in a league where everything's a one-score game, they are taking care of business and getting some things done here. But how do they build upon that and become, a team that doesn't have to have a Lawrence interception at the end of the game to bail them out or hang on to beat a Cleveland team 20-16? What's that next step for this team? Mm-hmm. John McMullen, Birch 365, Sports Illustrated. Is Dallas as bad as we think they are? All right, before we kind of take a deeper look at this game, let's take – there was 11 guys, and I know a lot of them were rests, but there were some guys. Devontae Smith sprung up with a hamstring yesterday. What was his status today, and is there anything to be concerned about there? Mm-hmm. What about A.J. Brown? I know you said an estimation yesterday, but in your estimation, will he be ready to go on Sunday? Yeah, you had three guys on that line. Three-fifths of the line was on there yesterday. Dallas doesn't, the offensive situation for them. They don't have a running back. They don't run the ball. They're going to go with Cooper Rush here. They don't have a lot of weapons in the pass game. So if you're Vic Fangio, I guess CeeDee Lamb is the obvious concern here. But is this a week where you feel pretty confident about your defense kind of continuing to grow here? Or is this a Dallas – I know it sounds crazy to say it, but a Dallas offense that might catch you off guard? You talk about the defense? Well, the Cowboy defense, as you've talked about, they will get Parsons back most likely, but a lot of guys out. They are allowing 41.8 points per game in home games this year. You know, it's the kind of game you asked Jalen Hurts about the deep ball. That was an interesting exchange there. You know, who says they can't? Oh, they. And he gave you a nice little smile. Is this a week where they should be able to take those big explosive play shots down the field and not have to rely on Saquon, even though this is a team that doesn't stop the run at all? Yeah. Well, it's like, does the first 15 scripted plays give us any insight on what they think they want to do for that day? Yep. All right, John McMullen, of course, Eagles and Cowboys. You got the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. A win, Philly keeps pace with Washington at the worst. A loss, you kind of keep Dallas, I guess, somewhat invested in the season, but a loss would really decimate them. It's Cooper Rush, it's Jalen Hurts, and, of course, you can listen to the action right here on 97.3 ESPN. We'll have plenty more on this game, of course, as the Eagles and Cowboys play on Sunday at 4:25 on 97.3 ESPN. John, thanks, buddy. All right, John's brought to you by Boardwalk Honda. Shop their lineup of new pre-owned and certified pre-owned on Hondas online at boardwalkhonda.com. You know, Dallas can't run the ball a lick. That's one problem they have. Their offensive line isn't any good. Outside of CeeDee Lamb, they don't really have a weapon in the pass game. And they're playing Cooper Rush. Now, Cooper Rush was 5-1. The only loss came against Philadelphia. You remember that year when the Dak got hurt and Rush was like 5-0?
Yeah.
And the Cowboys fans got to well, maybe we should play Cooper Rush. Do they feel good about Cooper Rush this week? I haven't heard from any Cowboy fans all week. This is unusual. In all the years I've been doing this show, generally, the Cowboy fans come out.
Cowboy fans aren't hiding, Mike.
I haven't heard from them the entire week. Not once. Is anybody, Dallas fans, still out there, still invested in the season at all? I'm literally wondering, like, have the Dallas, I mean, they are the Yankees lost in the World Series.
That's what I was going to say. I think they're more focused on if they're going to re-sign Ron Soto, the Yankees,
well, they
as opposed to what their football team.
Can Juan Soto play wide receiver for the Cowboys?
Well, they could be still distraught by the Yankees losing the World Series. That's a good carryover. But I really wonder.
The Lakers are back in action.
And they got off to a good start, but they're not playing so well right now.
That's true.
But, well, you got Lakers, Sixers, and Eagles, Cowboys this weekend. This is a big rivalry week for the Cowboy fans. The Cowboys fans, I'm interested to know, do you guys think that this season is salvageable, or are you coming to terms with this team isn't very good?
I think, for me, if I was a Cowboys fan, I would say Shedeur Sanders is out there.
Oh, Travis Hunter, the quarterback.
Travis Hunter is out there.
You just signed your quarterback.
I'm looking towards 2025.
609-403-0973 live at Chickies and Pete's today. This hour of the show, it's brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, your trusted source for heating and plumbing service and installation. They've been around for generations. Call them at 609-390-3907. Online, broadlees.net. By the way, congratulations out there. Our 2 o'clock hour qualifier was Bob and EHT. He is going to 99 bottles, and Bob, we'll see you there.
Maybe Bob's right here among us.
Could be.
Could be.
Got a whole nother crew of people that just came
Chickies
in
and EHT.
All right, coming up on the Sports Bash Live, it is our first look at the NFL schedule. Week 10, it starts tonight. You can listen to the Bengals and the Ravens on 97.3 ESPN.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. Terms and conditions apply.
Time to work on your gift list with Black Friday deals at the Home Depot. Right now, get a select tool from top brands like Ryobi and Milwaukee for free when you buy a select battery kit. Choose from reciprocating saws, multi-tools, sanders, and more. Whether you're stocking up on power for your personal workshop or grabbing the perfect gift for someone else's. Get Black Friday tool deals delivered from the Home Depot. Limit 1 per transaction. Exclusions apply. Full eligible tool list in-store and online.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese or bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese or bacon. And the third bite, you get the idea. The boss of breakfast burritos, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Getting ready for more rain and longer nights? We've got you. Right now, you can earn up to $25 in bonus rewards when you buy 2 Sylvania Silver Star Ultra bulbs and 2 Rain-X Quantum Elite wiper blades. More rewards and better visibility at America's #1 lighting destination, AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Offer valid for AutoZone Rewards members. Restrictions apply.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Did you know millions of people are getting prescription medications for weight loss, sexual health, better sleep, and more, all online? RexMD.com has made getting these medications fast and easy, with free delivery of the most popular medications right to your door. Just fill out a brief survey, and if appropriate, we'll prescribe and ship clinically proven options to help with issues like weight loss.
I've lost 45 pounds so far. It's nice to get back into clothes that I haven't been able to wear for a long time.
We can also help with insomnia.
I slept through the whole night. It made me feel very well rested and ready to go for the day.
And RexMD can improve your sexual health.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is happier. I am definitely much happier.
At RexMD.com, we've made the process fast, easy, and affordable. Visit RexMD.com right now to get started. That's REXMD.com.
Build up to Black Friday with savings all month long at Lowe's. Get up to 50% off select major appliances, plus take an additional 10% off when you buy select major appliances. And don't wait to pick up holiday inflatables under $20. Don't wait to save, in-store or online now, because Lowe's knows deals. Valid 11/6 through 12/4. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for details and qualifying items while supplies last.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin. No way! Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single-line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code YEAR to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code YEAR for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code YEAR for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Welcome to Staples.
Help! My family's in for the holidays and I need gift ideas.
That's why we're here. Staples has amazing deals on everything you need. Photo gifts, laptops, and gaming systems. Even custom holiday cards and shipping solutions to send gifts to the family that can't make it.
Perfect! Have anything for Uncle Frank? I love him, but the guy is never quiet.
Noise-canceling headphones. For you.
You get it.
Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples. And right now at Staples, save up to $350 on select computers. Ends 11/16, in-store only.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Got Brian Dawkins sitting over there.
Oh, B-Doc. 20.
I mean, your head just went flying around.
It's possible.
I guess we are at Chickies and Pete's, the official sports bar of the Philadelphia Eagles, so you might see a B-Doc walk in here. All right, look, first look at the NFL schedule. You ready?
I don't know. Are you ready? Got a lot of noise going on back there. Look at parties going on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a...
Yeah, these drinks are flying right now.
Yeah, I don't know that...
I mean, those people...
Dawkins just gave his stool up.
I mean,
those gentlemen.
I got to tell you, Mike, in all the years you and I have done these Chickies and Pete's things, you know, this might be one of the most boisterous crowds you've been at Chickies and Pete's.
Well, I mean, keep in mind, we're usually here at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so people are working. But the Teachers Convention day is always one of the bigger days.
Teachers Convention's lit today.
Yeah, I always, like back when I was younger, I mean, I'm 47 years old. I had to be, I mean, my God, I had to be in my 20s at this time. The Teachers Convention used to be at, you know, Because the convention's in Atlantic City, right?
Every year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So a lot of the teachers from all over the area. See, the teachers here today are more local.
And the bigwigs, all the bigwig
But
education
you would get all
people.
these teachers from all over the state hanging out at Chickies and Pete's over there. And then after the show was over, we'd hang out and, partake. I'm a little too old for that now, though, Josh.
I was going to ask, did you get some inside information from all those years with the teachers?
What do you mean, inside information?
Well, a little bit of, information.
What are they there for? They're not there to learn anything.
No, I didn't mean that. I meant they give you little tidbits about, behind the scenes of the schools they work at.
I didn't ask. I didn't really have a lot of interest in that.
That's a missed opportunity by you.
Can you tell me about what it's like working at Paramus Catholic? I don't know that Catholic school. The Catholic school teachers at this thing?
No,
I think it's public schools.
Yeah, I think it's public.
All right, let's look at this week's schedule. It starts off tonight with the Ravens and the Bengals. It's a Thursday night game. The game features two quarterbacks, Burrow and Lamar, both in play for the MVP. Fourth division matchup between these two quarterbacks who rank in the top 3 in passing touchdowns in Week 10 or better since the year 2000. So this is a big night for both these guys. The Bengals need this game. The Ravens need to keep pace. The Bengals to try to get into the playoffs. The Ravens to win the division. Number 1 seed chances kind of wavering now with Kansas City undefeated and Kansas City beating them on opening night. Baltimore at home. Kind of like the Bengals in this spot. I got to imagine this number is like 5, 6. I'm going to go Ravens 6 tonight.
So most of the books have it as the Ravens at 6, although you can find a couple hooks in each direction if you want the 5.5 or the 6.5. Mike and Pete, did you know the Baltimore Ravens, their games have hit the over in 5 straight?
Did not know that. That's weird with them, too, because you usually think of Ravens, you think of defense. All right, let's go to getting up early for the Giant Panthers game.
Oh, Germany.
Yep.
I've seen that West Virginia commercial 1,000 times with Rich Eisen saying.
Oh, I thought you meant the other one where they spelled
Oh,
West
no, the
wrong.
Mountaineers, nah. But the one where they sing Country Roads.
Yeah.
And Rich Eisen's like, this is real life right now. They're doing it.
This has got to be one of the worst games at 9:30 ever. Giants, Panthers, Munich, Germany, 9:30. Giants are 3-0 in international games. The Panthers, by the way, have played one international game. They won. So both these teams, somebody's going to lose on the international soil for the first time. I got to think the Giants are favored on this neutral field here. Panthers would win 2 games in a row. Neither team's making the playoffs. Give me Giants favored by 4.
Giants are favored by 6.5.
Whoa.
Mike Gill, which is probably why 75% of the betting public is betting Panthers on 6.5.
That's a big number for the Giants.
Are you joining the crowd, Mike, and taking that 6.5 Panthers?
Usually Vegas knows something.
I'm not betting that game is what I'm doing. Patriots and Bears, it's a 1 o'clock game. Caleb Williams, Drake May were the first and third overall picks in this game. They're going to face off against each other. Bears are 4-0 at home. They finally are at home. They feel like they had an international game. The Patriots stink. I mean, the Bears, though, they should be better than they are, I think, anyway. Bears have been held under 20 points in each of their first 4 home games. This offense should be better with all the weapons they have. But quite frankly, this team's a mess. I got to figure the Bears are favored like 4 in this game.
Bears are favored by 6.5 in this game. But, Mike Gill, did you know the New England Patriots have covered the spread the last 2 weeks? So do you think they can cover the spread again?
I guess so. I don't want to get involved in a Bears game. The coach out there is he's a little in over his head.
He's going to be fired. Yeah.
I would imagine he's gone. Bills and Colts. Man, Bills have lost 6 straight road games against the Colts. The last time they won in Indianapolis is 1998. I mean, I was in college.
That's before Peyton Manning, almost.
No, it was prime Peyton Manning.
That was rookie year Peyton Manning, wasn't it?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, 98, I think it was rookie year Peyton Manning.
Oh, yeah.
98.
98, yeah. I think he was drafted, right? 98, 96?
He was drafted in 98.
Yeah, so that's the last time the Bills won there. I was in college still, so. 4-game win streak for Buffalo. They got that going for them.
Josh Allen only 2 interceptions the entire season.
That's unbelievable. 4-game lead in the East, and they took their foot off the gas a little bit here. Is Flacco starting?
Flacco is supposed to start, yes.
That changes things for me.
By the way, Josh Allen says he's excited to play against Joe Flacco this Sunday.
That's nice. Buffalo by 4 on the road.
Buffalo is 3.5 or 4 at all the sports books across the board. Jens, did you know, though, the Bills are being picked by 82% of the public betting?
Well, you know what happens to happening. You saw what happened last week, the way that the Chargers played, and now you start to bet based on what you saw the previous week.
Right.
Because they played terrible last week. All right, Broncos and Chiefs, AFC West foes. Chiefs are they've won 14 straight games, by the way, in the going back to the playoffs last year.
Yeah, I think Travis Kelce's back, too. I think we could put those rumors to rest.
With all the stuff the Chiefs have done over this run, if they go 9-0, it would be their longest win streak to start the season in franchise history.
That's incredible.
Right? Exactly. Patrick Mahomes against Denver. He's got a good defense here. Bo Nix against a really good Chiefs defense. I see they struggled last week against the Ravens. They got whooped, 41 whatever. I got to imagine Kansas City's a pretty good favorite at home here. I would almost say around 10.
You have the right idea, Mike. It's either 7.5 or 8 at all the sports books. So it is a pretty big number.
I just don't see where the Broncos are going to be able to score more than, 2 touchdowns in this game.
Well, what's weird about this game, guys, is the Denver Broncos have hit the over in their games in 5 straight. In Kansas City, since DeAndre Hopkins, they have hit the over in all their games with D-Hop. So,
well, that's because Denver hit the over because they gave up 41. That's why.
So context is key.
Right, exactly.
But I'm asking,
Eric Bischoff.
The over-under is 41.5. I mean, is that a number you play around with?
I'd be more interested in that than the 8's not bad, actually. 10 I'd be away from. The number I had in my head was 10. You're saying it's 8. I just don't think Denver can keep up with them.
No, they can't.
Yeah. Falcons, Saints, NFC South, NFC South. This game stinks too. Dennis Allen fired.
Derek Carr.
Who's the coach of this team now?
It's the special teams coach, whoever that is.
That guy always gets the job.
Always.
The special teams coach always gets the job.
The Jets gave it to.
Yeah, like you feel like if Sirianni, people always like Sirianni gets fired, it'll be Kellen Moore.
Darren Rizzi.
Yeah. It's never the obvious guy that gets the head coaching job. It's the guy that's just been like the good soldier.
Rich Bisaccia.
Whoever. It's always that guy. Saints, terrible. I mean, this team is confounding. They were 2-0. They scored 91 points.
Yep.
They were the best offense in the league.
And then the Eagles showed up.
And they stink now. Atlanta, I mean, Josh and I battled on Atlanta in the offseason, and I liked Atlanta. You did not.
That's funny because you usually hate Atlanta. You never were a fan.
Well, I got to change my opinion when I have more, every year it's different.
Mike's position has always been that Atlanta was a quarterback away from being relevant. And they always had bad quarterbacks in recent years.
You got Desmond Ridder, you're going to stink. You got Kirk Cousins, you're going to be good. I'm not saying you're Super Bowl good, but you're good.
6-3.
Atlanta by 3.5.
Nailed it. 3.5 at all the sports books.
Wow. I mean, the only reason I go that way, by the way, the game's at the Saints.
That's correct.
That's why I figure Atlanta's got to be a small favorite on the road.
But an important note, the Falcons have covered the spread in 4 of their last 5 games.
Interesting. The Saints are terrible. All right, Niners and Bucks. This Bucks team fights, man. They're down. It's like the Eagles were down there, 2 receivers. Bucks offense isn't slowing down because they're down 2 receivers.
Nope. They fight so much that Chris Godwin gets hurt, breaks his ankle because they were fighting so hard.
That's harsh.
It's true.
You know, if San Francisco wins this game, it would be the first time all year they won back-to-back games.
And McCaffrey might play.
It looks like he will.
He
This
is
the
trending,
30.
yes.
Yeah.
On a snap count, probably, I'm sure.
Brock Purdy, 21 passing touchdowns, 2 interceptions in his last 8 starts on the road. So this being on the road shouldn't deter him. Tampa Bay is so hard because of the injury problems, but, man, they are in these games. They fought hard at Kansas City last week. I got to imagine Tampa's a home doggy dog here.
Tampa is the home dog, yes.
You gave me that hint. All right, San Francisco, 4.
You're in the neighborhood, Mike. It was 6.
Man, they really think Tampa's going to – it's like one of those things where they keep fighting hard and eventually they're just going to run out of gas.
Yeah.
Is this the game they run out of gas?
If San Francisco's starting to get healthy and getting back, I can see this being the one. I kind of like Tampa in the game. San Francisco in the game, although I'm not taking a 6-point favorite on the road. All right, Steelers and Commanders. This is the game of the week for me so far out of the games that I've read. Commanders are 7-2. They win, they'll be 8-2. It's their best record through 9 games since 1996. Peyton Manning wasn't even in the league yet.
Nope. There you go.
If they win, they would keep first place no matter what. You know, the Steelers are in first place as well. We keep kind of forgetting about them.
Coming off a bye.
Commanders are 8-1 against the spread this year. You like that?
I do. Jaden Daniels.
At home, Steelers, good defense, good offense. Washington 3.
Washington is favored by 2.5, Mike. You're right there.
Okay. Kind of like Pittsburgh in this game. I think defense travels.
Do you like Pittsburgh to cover or to win?
Both.
Ooh, interesting.
PG?
Well, then you got to go Pittsburgh money line if it's both.
What's the number on that? What's the
The money line number is plus 125 for the Steelers.
I like that. I might go Steelers in the outright. All right, Vikings-Jags. This game's interesting. The Vikings need it to kind of stick in that, race. They're in the playoff race. And then, not the Jags. It's the Jags now. The Jags are terrible.
Well, Trevor Lawrence is out probably, I believe.
Yeah, they're going to go with Mac Jones, it looks like here. Vikings need this game, though. They got to go on the road. I mean, you can't slip up against Jacksonville if you're the Minnesota Vikings and you think you want to be a playoff team. You're still in play for the division. You're still in play for a wild card here. You cannot lose this game. The Vikings lead this series 6-1 against Jacksonville. They have won 5 straight times against Jacksonville, and it'll be the first of 3 straight road games for Minnesota. So they got to have this game. Minnesota on the road, favored by 4.
Minnesota is favored by 7 in this game.
Wow.
7.
Wow.
Are you thinking that Sam Darnold, the laws of averages are going to start creeping back
No,
up
did you hear
here?
what Doug Peterson said today?
No.
They said, why is Darnold so much better? He said, Justin Jefferson. That was a simple answer.
That sounds like a quarterback.
Yeah.
By the way, Mike Gill, since Doug Peterson took back play calling responsibilities away from Press Taylor, the Jags are 3-0 against the spread this year, so you taking that plus 7.
I don't mind Jacksonville at home getting 7. No, I'd take Jacksonville in that game.
All right.
I mean, you figure they went on the road last week in Philadelphia and covered.
They covered also the week before against the Packers.
Green Bay. And they're a home 7-point dog against Minnesota.
They're also
I like
home.
Jacksonville in that game.
They're also a home 3.5-point dog against the Packers, and they covered. So
You like the little home doggy dog there, PG?
Well, the Mac Jones is the X factor.
That's true, but he's not incompetent.
No.
You think Mac Jones is really that much worse though than Trevor Lawrence?
That's unbelievable that Trevor Lawrence has turned into a nothing burger. All right, Titans and Chargers. This game stinks. I don't know that the Titans score. The over-under on this game's got to be like 36.
The over-under is 39, actually.
Wow. I'd take the under there. Neither one of these teams can score. The Chargers give up 12.6 points per game. They run a design run 50% of the time? That's unbelievable in today's NFL.
That's kind of impressive.
LA just can't score in the red zone.
Tennessee, I like the under in this game, especially I have it at 36 in my head. You said it's 39. I think the Chargers got to be favored in this game by like 5.
Chargers are favored by 7.5.
Yeah, see, I can see that, though, because I could see the Chargers winning this game like 20-3.
Also, Chargers games have hit the under 5 of the last 6 games.
And Mason Rudolph is still the quarterback.
Is he for Tennessee?
He's for now.
That doesn't mean Levis is terrible. Jets,
Exactly.
Cardinals. Now, this game interests me. Cardinals are in first place. I don't think people realize that. The Jets are – if the Jets win this game, they'd be 4-6. That puts them in the wild card mix.
Call it a comeback?
Jets snap their 5-game lose streak. Oh, man. Cardinals can't be a home dog in this game, can they?
You tell me.
Cardinals by 1.
Cardinals are a home dog.
Ooh.
Jets are favored by 1.5 on the road.
You got a first-place team against a non-playoff team, by the way.
57% of the public money is taking the Jets in that 1.5.
Lions and Texans. It's a good game.
Sunday night. That's a Sunday nighter.
I like this game.
These two teams have never made the Super Bowl.
It's
Either
true.
one. Best start for the Lions since 1956. 2-0 in prime time for the Lions. Texans look like crap on Thursday night. They got problems on the injury front. Nico Collins back tonight, Sunday night.
He is trending in that direction,
He
yes.
better be because my fantasy team is suffering. Detroit on the road against a first-place team. This is going to be the second first-place team that's a home dog-eat-dog. The Lions by 3.
That's legitimate.
Lions are 3.5, Mike Gill. They're giving him the hook. And did you know the Detroit Lions have covered the spread in 5 straight games?
Well, they're winning by 22 points a game.
Oh, I got another stat.
Ooh.
Last week against Green Bay was their first outdoor game of the season.
Yep, and they won.
And then they don't play another outdoor game until Chicago, December 22nd.
Jeez.
That'll be cold.
It's 78 degrees out here. Who the hell cares if it's out inside or outside? Dolphins and Rams Monday night. Horrible game. Rams need it to stick in the wild card race and the division race. The Dolphins need it. They've been terrible. Dolphins lead the series 12-2 in this matchup here. I got the Rams favored at home. Dolphins across the country. Give me the Rams by 3.
Rams are favored by 1 in this game. Just a lonely point.
The
Mike
Dolphins are going to start. They're going to win one of these games with Tua back. They're not incompetent, right?
I mean, they're not, but I mean, at the same time, you might be able to put up 30 points, but will the defense stop the Rams?
All right, that is this week's schedule. When we come back, I'll give you the betting information on the Eagles and the Cowboys. That's next. This is the Sports Bash live at Chickies and Pete's in Egg Harbor Township, Philadelphia Eagles official sports bar, 97.3 ESPN.
Ian Eagle here from Thursday Night Football on Westwood One. Devin McCourty and I will bring you AFC North action to start Week 10 when the Ravens host the Bengals. Both scored 41 points in huge wins last week. Now, Joe Burrow and Cincinnati hope to get back to 500 with a division win, while Lamar Jackson and Baltimore eye a move to 7-3. Join us on Thursday Night Football.
Listen to Thursday Night Football. Coverage begins at 7:30 on 97.3 ESPN.
The best call to make on game day is ordering catering from the Piccadilly Inn. For parties big or small, the Pick does it all. Your guests will be cheering for the Pick spin on football favorites like pulled pork nachos, cheesesteaks, burgers, and their award-winning buffalo wings, tails, and ears. Get your chicken wing picks on Route 206 at the Piccadilly Inn. Join the flock and follow the Pick on Facebook or at piccadilly.com for their Pick game specials. And be sure to pre-order to guarantee your spot in Sunday's lineup.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot, so let's get to decorating. Find your perfect tree in our huge assortment of shapes, sizes, and styles. Like the easy-to-assemble Jackson Noble Fir, with pre-lit branches perfect for styling with all your favorite ornaments. Or the Flock Starry Light Fraser Fir, with over 1,900 pre-lit memory wire branches that keep their shape so it's ready right out of the box. Ooh. Find the perfect tree now at the Home Depot.
Hey, if you have ugly,
yellow toe fungus, you got to hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflush.com. Jake started off with a small spot on his big toe, and then it spread and got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everyone. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflush.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflush.com. They'll even let you try it risk-free, so you have nothing to lose. But whatever you do, don't let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflush.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Getting ready for more rain and longer nights? We've got you. Right now, you can earn up to $25 in bonus rewards when you buy 2 Sylvania Silver Star Ultra bulbs and 2 Rain-X Quantum Elite wiper blades. More rewards and better visibility at America's #1 lighting destination, AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Offer valid for AutoZone Rewards members. Restrictions apply.
Why would someone looking for a mortgage at the Jersey Shore take a loan from a company in Detroit or North Carolina or some other far-off place? Online mortgages promise a lot, but don't always deliver. First Bank of Sea Isle City knows the Jersey Shore. We are local lenders. We use local appraisers and provide in-house processing. We understand the unique obstacles of financing in Cape May County. Don't take a chance. Local banking is better. Let us guide you. First Bank of Sea Isle City.
Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
It's football season, and Uber Eats is dropping undefeated deals on all your game day favorites. This week, score buy one, get one free Crunchwrap Supremes from Taco Bell, only on Uber Eats. Craving even more? We've got you covered with game day deals on pizza, burgers, wings, and more, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Order Taco Bell for game day now through November 17, 2024. Second item of equal or lesser value. Terms apply. See app for details.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Birds fans, it's about that time. Football season is back, and Boardwalk Honda is giving you the chance to score big. Stop in and take advantage of game-changing savings all month long. Shop our lineup of new pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas. We have something for everyone, and credit problems are no problem with over 25 financial lenders to get you approved and on the road to victory. Visit us in Egg Harbor Township or online at boardwalkhonda.com. And remember, from Maine to Miami, nobody beats a Boardwalk deal.
You're listening to the Sports Bag with Mike Gill.
And it just keeps getting better.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. Download the app in the Apple Store, Google Play. It's all powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. We're live at Chickies and Pete's. So, Eagles-Cowboys. The Eagles are favored by, 7, Josh, is it?
7.5, I think.
I actually have to scroll back to that part of the list. Yes, 7.
All right, so it's 7. The Eagles are 0-10 against the spread in the last 10 games when they're favored by at least 4 points. That includes last week's game. They were a 7-point favorite, 7.5-point favorite, and they lost that. They're 0-10 against the spread, so that would suggest this game might be close.
I just don't see Cooper Rush keeping this game close.
Also, the Cowboys' defense plays horrible at home.
The Eagles have been horrible on the road with Jalen Hurts at Dallas. They are 0-3 against the Cowboys at Dallas. The second worst QBR by any quarterback against an opponent since Hurts has entered the NFL. His QBR in those games is 19.1. This has been a struggle for them. And I agree with you guys. I don't see where the It's not even Cooper Rush as much as they just don't have a lot. They can't run the ball.
I'm surprised Trey Lance isn't getting any reps or.
We had this discussion yesterday. I would play Lance.
They gave up a fourth-round pick for him?
You got a guy who was the second pick of the draft, third pick of the draft. At least see if he can play. I mean, Cooper Rush, you know what he is. He's the backup. Let him stay in the backup role and see if Lance can do anything. I mean, this is a lost season. What are you playing Rush for? It makes no sense to me. We talked about that a little yesterday. Now, Josh, you said you would play Rush.
No, I said that I would play Lance the rest of the season and just be like, let it go.
But he's not even getting.
I don't
any
remember that conversation like that. I was the one saying that I would play him because you don't know what he is. You don't know if he's good, bad, and different. You just have no clue.
No, what I was saying is if I'm the Eagles, I would like to see Lance because he's the guy who hasn't seen as many defenses.
Yeah, see, if I'm the Eagles, play Rush against me. I know what he is. He stinks. Yeah, 3 straight losses by Dallas. They are 17-1 in division home games since 2018. Dallas is crazy, right? All right, coming up, we got Jeff Mosher today filling in for Andrew DeCecco for Football at 4. But first, this. Music to my ears, PG, the Sounder. It's our 99 Growlers Sounder for this year's 99 Growlers party at Mud Hen Brewing Company in Wildwood, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7. Right now, you are one of the 99 people who will get a chance to win tickets to see the Eagles and Steelers at the Link. We'll have 99 pairs of tickets, including Eagles, Sixers, Flyers, concerts, and other area events from all over South Jersey, Philadelphia, and caller 7, you will win a pair of tickets. If you're caller 7 right now at 609-573-3776, we'll see you at Mud Hen Brewing Company in Wildwood.
This is South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles continue the 2024 season this Sunday in Dallas against their NFC East rival Cowboys.
Let's pass another, leaps up for a third, and touchdown at the 30. What was that?
Listen to all the action with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick with pregame coverage starting at 3 p.m. and kickoff at 4:25. This is the play-by-play home of the Philadelphia Eagles. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's, the official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles, celebrating football season with special new menu items. The Kelsey Combo, created by number 62 himself, a handcrafted barbecue burger, world-famous crab fries, and an ice-cold garage beer. Our incredible jumbo soft pretzel, Chicky style, with a heaping skillet of our own in-house crab dip, and our delectable sweet heat wings, where a portion of the proceeds go to the A.J. Brown Foundation. Participating locations for a limited time. Chickies and Pete's. Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's, the official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles. Our new menu includes our boneless wing special every Monday. Buy a single order of our mouth-watering boneless wings and get a snack order of boneless wings free. Every Tuesday and Wednesday, it's buy one, get one free snows. Buy any number of delectable snow crab legs and get the same amount free. Plus the Kelsey Combo, tasty buffalo fried shrimp, seafood pasta in our famous Sicilian or red sauce. Participating locations for a limited time. Chickies and Pete's.
It's football season, and Uber Eats is dropping undefeated deals on all your game day favorites. This week, score buy one, get one free Crunchwrap Supremes from Taco Bell, only on Uber Eats. Craving even more? We've got you covered with game day deals on pizza, burgers, wings, and more all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Order Taco Bell for game day now through November 17, 2024. Second item of equal or lesser value. Terms apply. See app for details.
Medicare is making important changes in 2025. It's time to think about what benefits you need. AmeriHealth can help with monthly premiums as low as $0. Dental, vision, and hearing. No referrals, plus prescription drug coverage. AmeriHealth has been serving New Jersey residents for 30 years. Visit AmeriHealthMedicare.com/help25 today. AmeriHealth offers PPO Medicare Advantage plans with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in AmeriHealth PPO Medicare Advantage plans depends on contract renewal.
Shop Black Friday deals early at JCPenney. Kick off the weekend with women's boots, now $19.99 a pair. Clean up on Home Expressions bath towels, only $2.99 each. Plus, bundle up the fam and outerwear starting at just $17.99. Shop thousands of deals all weekend long at real Black Friday prices. More holiday, bigger savings. JCPenney, make it count. Offers valid on select styles 11/8 through 11/10. Deals excluded from coupons. See store or jcp.com for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Getting ready for more rain and longer nights? We've got you. Right now, you can earn up to $25 in bonus rewards when you buy 2 Sylvania Silver Star Ultra bulbs and 2 Rain-X Quantum Elite wiper blades. More rewards and better visibility at America's #1 lighting destination, AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Offer valid for AutoZone Rewards members. Restrictions apply.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. Terms and conditions apply.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles,
They've got him. It's a sack.
Sixers,
Oh, baby.
and Flyers. 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast.
Just hungry to bring back another Lombardi to Philly. The fans deserve it. Our team deserves it. Culture begs for it.
Now live, this is Football at 4.
The Lions obviously are one. I think the Eagles have found their identity in who they are as a football team. They have run the ball twice as much as they've passed the ball. Saquon Barkley has become the focal point. On defense, they are shutting teams down there. I think as much as criticism that we give Sirianni, deservingly so with some of the decisions he makes, I think the way he runs this football team allows them to be who they are.
I think the way he runs this football team allows them to be who they are. J.C. McCourty said that about Nick Sirianni and this Eagles football team as they get ready for the Dallas Cowboys. He says they have figured out who they are. They're a team that likes to, the one thing is, and I'm going to talk to Mosher about this, what's your identity? Oh, we're a running team. We're a passing team. No, the Eagles are a big play team, but what allows them to have the ability to convert those big plays. By the way, we're at Chickies and Pete's in Egg Harbor Township. I just noticed that there's people sitting outside. I mean, that's how nice it is. You got people outside. Love it, man. Love it. Beautiful. It's like 79 degrees outside. And you're going to have a football game this weekend. And they're in Dallas. The reason the Eagles have been able to be a big play team is because, in my mind, and we'll see what Jeff Mosher says about it when he joins us for Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Of course, here it's brought to you by Bet365, whatever the sport, whatever the moment. It's never ordinary at Bet365. And before we get to Mosher, I want to remind you this 4 o'clock hour of the show, it's brought to you by Jersey Cal in Northfield and in Brigantine. They're open every day from noon to 10. Ice cream is a year-round thing at Jersey Cal. It's 80 degrees outside again with the ice cream, baby. I love it. All right. One of the things that this team is becoming, you look at the numbers. They are the most explosive team in the league in terms of big plays and getting these long, deep passes down the field. One of the reasons, in my opinion, of why they are able to be the big play team, why they can convert these big plays, is because it's not that they're committing to the run. They're not a run team. They're not this team that is a run-first team. But what they're doing is they're running the ball on early downs. And because they're running the ball on early downs, their down and distances are shorter. And their down and distances are makeable. It's one of the reasons why they go for it on 4th down, by the way, is because they're getting into a situation where it's 4th down and 2, 4th down and 1, 4th down and 3, and then they're saying, okay, we can convert here and they want to keep taking shots with their big play offense. You know, it happened in the game last week. You run on these early downs, the team starts to creep up to the line of scrimmage, and then what does it do? It opens up things behind you in the offense. It allows you to take a shot down the field and take that shot and find A.J. Brown. It allows you to find, last week, Devontae Smith. So as we bring Jeff Mosher in for Football at 4, we'll look at this week's game and see how these teams match up. But that's where, Jeff, we were talking about the Eagles' ability to be a big play offense, and I think that has kind of stemmed from the fact that I don't want to say they're a run-first team, but the fact that they are willing to run the ball in the early downs, it's loosening some things up for them on the back end. So we started with the big play this week against Dallas. Jeff, what's going on in their secondary? Diggs, Bland. This has not been a great Dallas defense. They give up 42 points a game almost at home this year. I mean, this should be another week where as long as Smith and Brown, and they both were on the practice field today, are available and healthy, man, this feels like a game where the deep ball should be a factor again. Yeah, and, the other thing Dallas isn't very good at is stopping the run either. I mean, this is a week where you can kind of pick your poison here, and it feels like the kind of game where, I don't know, Jeff, we've been talking a lot about who this team is, and are they kind of growing into their roles and are growing into who they want to be. This is another game that you can't take Dallas for granted, but if you want to take Philadelphia serious, they have not played well in Dallas. So this could be a good sign to see if they take care of business on the road against a division team at Dallas, that they are growing into a team that you can start to trust more. Yeah. Most, you said it. They have struggled against Washington, like Tyler Heineke or Sam Howell being the quarterback. Now they have a legitimate play caller, and obviously they're a much better football team. But the Eagles have always kind of found a way to slip up against them when they've had poor quarterback play. So that's why this game becomes very important. I want to get your thoughts on how Micah Parsons changes things. You know, this Dallas team's been terrible, but if they're going to get Parsons back, how much can he affect the way this game is played on Sunday? Moshe, it looks like Dallas Goedert's going to come back and play. I want to get your opinion on what and how he changes things, if at all. I mean, they seem like they've got a little good thing going here with Stoll and Calcaterra. That doesn't mean you don't play Goddard. Obviously, when he's back, he goes back in. But does that change them at all? Does that add things to them? Does it change what they have been doing? Yeah, Goddard, people forget, he's not only a really good pass receiver and a dynamic in the pass game, he's a very good blocker, too. So that doesn't take away some of the things they could do in the blocking there. So Goddard should be back. A.J. Brown looks like he's trending to return. Smith was on the injury report yesterday. He was back at practice. It looks like the Eagles have their full complement of weapons in the pass game and in the run game. Saquon Barkley, obviously, as well. You look at Dallas, you got CeeDee Lamb, really. I mean, so is with Cooper Rush, I don't know how much that changes things or what it does, but, man, we laugh, but it's like, does this Dallas offense worry Vic Fangio at all? All right, well, let's say this, Jeff. You and I are cosplaying the role of Vic Fangio and Nick Sirianni in a room with nobody else. Is Vic saying, watching that video, going, man, Nick, this offense stinks? Yeah. Well, and, the one thing with Dallas, like over the years, okay, the running back situation, you had Zeke, and then, it went over to Pollard, and now you've got, I don't know, Dowdle, is that who's running the ball for them? But their offensive line has always been a big factor. Their line is a problem for them now, too, and that is why I'm interested to see this week if Philadelphia does, if they need to blitz, because we keep wondering, do they have the pass rush? Do they have the pass rush? This is a team that you should be able to win up front with the four guys that you got, and you hope that you can keep learning off of that, and it gives them the ability to kind of do more things in coverage, which should really be a problem for the fact that they only have one weapon in the receiving game. You're definitely right about that because, you just mentioned the Washington game, the Baltimore game. They got the Rams coming up here. They've also that's why, for me, if you want to win this division, and you got to win division games, but you want to win the division, you cannot lose a game like this because Washington's just going to – we talked about this yesterday. I don't know if it was if you were on before or after the conversation, but I think it might have been you. I said, if you're going to win this division, you got to stack up these wins, and you almost have to beat Washington twice because of their schedule, man. They're going to win 11, 12, 13 games. Unless there's an injury that, the quarterback gets hurt or something to that effect. All right, the matchup that you are – no doubt. Listen, and I feel like this team is fighting – not that they care, but like the perception of who they are. And I don't know that they can gain any more perception, but you are playing the Cowboys on the road, and I think people do. I know Eagle fans are, the Cowboys suck this year, but I think if the Eagles go down there and win, that will win some people over who have, pontificated about the coach and his shortcomings in the game last week, virtually this entire week. Yep. Well, I'm not a big fan of the analytics. So just like if I was being an irrational, I'm going to blast the coach because I just think he's an idiot, then yeah, I don't like most of the stuff that he did. Now, I do understand that the analytics are involved here, which I don't particularly like. Like, people have been battling with me, and I'm not saying that I'm backing Sirianni here. I'm just trying to give people some more information of, like, why teams do this. I don't like it. The one that I don't like is where you can go up 3 scores. You know, you could go up 3 scores in a game at any point. It's like, hey, you're going to make a team have to score 3 times against us. So you're saying we're going to go for it because I trust the players. Okay, fine. But don't you trust your defense to not give up 3 scores? And that if you go up 3 scores, that you're saying, I trust that my defense ain't giving up 3 scores in this game. That's a problem I had with. Yeah, it was 22-0. They had a shot to go up. It was, I guess, 4th and 3 at the 22 or something like that. And they had a 40-yard field goal that would have been, 25-0, I guess? That one, I mean, the 4th and inches, you know, I always say this, Jeff. My mindset is this. If you can't get an inch, you're not a Super Bowl level team. You know what I mean? Like, you have to have the mindset. If we're good enough to win a Super Bowl, we have to be able to get an inch. And I think they believe they're good enough to get it. That doesn't mean you're going to get the inch every single time, but you better have the mindset that I can get that freaking inch. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, and that's where I don't know where the analytics says on that, like the level of opponent. Where do they kind of draw the line of, well, this team's not, you know what I mean? Like, that's where the analytics give me a problem. But you're right in terms of, your mindset is right. Like, go up the 2 scores, go up by 9, and basically make them, it's the same thing I was saying before. I'm trusting my defense isn't going to give up 2 scores. But on the flip side, my point I guess I'm making is I can be convinced and come to terms with it's not a horrendous decision that he says, I'm the head coach of this team, and I think we can get an inch. You know what I mean? The math portion of it says he made a mistake. But this is where I feel like the fans and people, the disconnect, like what I value in a good coach is the culture that they set. Do the players believe in him? Does he trust the play? Like, those things to me mean a lot more than my buddy, we used to play John Madden football in college, and he never played video games. He used to bust our stones all the time, but he says, we'd put the game on and everybody, he's got 99 speed and this guy's got 35, and he'd say, I don't see a level on there for heart, and it's like the intangibles of what the coach does that I think gets lost in the sauce. And him having that, we played audio, Derek Gunn had Lane Johnson. I don't know if you heard any of that conversation, but I thought that was very, very revealing that Lane said, look, there's times when, we think we should kick a field goal, but we understand the data says, and the data says that because we have been successful. Otherwise, the data wouldn't say what it says, but because the data says we've been successful doing it, that's why we do it. There you go. Yeah. Well, we played that Lane Johnson audio in our first segment today, and because like it's surprising sometimes, like former players being this critical of Sirianni. Do they do it for sensationalism, or are they not understanding that the analytics are tied to why he does it? Yeah. Most it would be like as if you and I had a couple ideas on like a new show and we said, hey, let's go down to the bar, we'll grab a beer, and we'll put some ideas together, right? Nobody is above the other one. We're just throwing ideas around. Now, in this situation, the coach is above the player, but they're almost on the same level. And he's saying, Coach, I got some ideas. You want to listen to them? And, like, I thought that lane was very refreshing for people who just don't like Sirianni, because I've been asking this whole week, what's the disconnect? Why don't we like this guy? And to me, we played the Jason Kelsey audio from his podcast and said, look, he is the best situational football coach I've ever been around. Like, that's a pretty strong comment coming from a Jason Kelsey. And I think that Lane Johnson is on the same platform level of when he says something, he doesn't say it to, just blow smoke up your, what. Lane Johnson really means what he says. I think he's one of those guys that doesn't care if he says something that's going to rub you the wrong way. And he's saying, what I like about Nick is he goes for it on fourth down, and we might not all agree, but after the game is over, he tells us why he went for it there, and that, you know what I mean? Like, so I think the fans should feel pretty secure that these players legitimately respect and like playing for the coach. Yes. No. Real quick before we let you run, do you feel that like Detroit is very much like Philly? They're very analytic. They're aggressive. They'll go for it on fourth down. It got them to the NFC Championship. Like, people who watch Detroit say, man, that team's really good. Well, they're really good because they are aggressive. They'll go for it on fourth down, and they convert. And because they convert, they blow teams out. You know what I mean? Like, so because of their aggressive nature, the fact that they convert on their aggression, they end up winning games by lopsided scores. The Eagles, on the other hand, last week, they went for it on fourth down. They did not convert. But if they did convert, they probably win that game 40 to, who knows, 40 to 10. Exactly. So my question for you is, was Detroit better than San Francisco, or were they in that game because, they were an aggressive football team and they played over their head? All right, there he is, Jeff Mosher, Football 4. Check out that gun-on-one conversation on the Inside the Birds platform. It was really good with Lane Johnson and, of course, Jeff filling in for Andrew DeCecco today from the Inside the Birds podcast. This was Football at 4. Thank you, Jeff. All right, Football at 4 is brought to you by not Birds. It is brought to you by Bet365. And, of course, I'll have my Bet365 play of the day coming up. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Hey, we're at Chickies and Pete's in Egg Harbor Township. It's starting to fill up a little bit more as the dinner crowd is rocking and rolling in here at 4:30 on a Thursday. Coming up, it's Nick's Nuggets. Nicky Earnshaw is in the house. We'll see what the Nuggets have today. You got a lot. You got Michkov. Phillies news.
I hope Michkov is on the list for the Nuggets.
Philly stuff. Middleton talking out at the meetings.
Right. Juan Soto doesn't look too promising.
Or does it?
Oh, you think they're going to be a mystery team?
I don't know what the Nuggets are today. He doesn't give me the topics ahead of time, but he's next. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN.
Wake up weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. with Unsportsmanlike on 97.3 ESPN with Evan Cohen, Super Bowl champion Chris Canty, and Michelle Small. Can't wake up without it. Brought to you by the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
Something good to know from First Bank of Sea Isle City. We have all of today's innovative banking products just like the big banks, but we offer something they can't. A personal community focus. Let's get you started with Bill Pay. You save time when you pay your bills online. It's fast, easy, and convenient. First Bank of Sea Isle City, a community bank that delivers more for you every day. Personal service, today's technology, from the people who truly care. Learn more at firstbankseaisle.com.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Sounds like wipers. If your wipers are streaking, skipping, chattering, or even worse, loud, you need to visit AutoZone and get some fresh new blades. We've got basic wipers to get you back on the road, as well as premium blades from Bosch and Rain-X. So if you're hearing this, just head to your nearest AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Did you know millions of people are getting prescription medications for weight loss, sexual health, better sleep, and more, all online? RexMD.com has made getting these medications fast and easy, with free delivery of the most popular medications right to your door. Just fill out a brief survey, and if appropriate, we'll prescribe and ship clinically proven options to help with issues like weight loss.
I've lost 45 pounds so far. It's nice to get back into clothes that I haven't been able to wear for a long time.
We can also help with insomnia.
I slept through the whole night. It made me feel very well rested and ready to go for the day.
And RexMD can improve your sexual health.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is happier. I am definitely much happier.
At RexMD.com, we've made the process fast, easy, and affordable. Visit RexMD.com right now to get started. That's REXMD.com.
It's football season, and Uber Eats is dropping undefeated deals on all your game day favorites. This week, score buy one, get one free Crunchwrap Supremes from Taco Bell, only on Uber Eats. Craving even more? We've got you covered with game day deals on pizza, burgers, wings, and more all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Order Taco Bell for game day now through November 17, 2024. Second item of equal or lesser value. Terms apply. See app for details.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot. If you're working on getting ready for company,
a lot of company,
make sure you're ready with Black Friday savings. Get up to 40% off select appliances, plus up to an extra $1,000 off select kitchen appliances. Upgrade your kitchen with top brands like GE Profile and get sleek cutting-edge appliances to make sure you
got hosting handled.
Yeah, you do. Get Black Friday savings now with free delivery and financing on select appliances this holiday at the Home Depot. Offer valid November 6th through December 4th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Oh, yeah.
If you're currently stuck in a loan or lease, AJ the Trade Man can get you released. Matt Blatt Nissan.com. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. NFL, the Eagles heading to Dallas to take on the Cowboys week number 10. Philadelphia 6-2, while the Cowboys at 3-5. And quarterback Dak Prescott on the injured reserve with a hamstring injury. The Cowboys starting Cooper Rush. The Eagles are a half game behind Washington in the NFC East and are second in the NFL in rushing. NHL, the Flyers on the road tonight as they take on the Tampa Bay Lightning. Second of a 3-game road trip. Philadelphia losing to Carolina in Raleigh on Tuesday night, dropping back-to-back games. NBA, the Sixers staying in Los Angeles on Friday as they take on the Lakers. Philadelphia has dropped 4 in a row. Wednesday night, they fell to the Clippers, 110-98. Paul George, 18 points against his former team. Kelly Oubre also at 18 points. Center Joel Embiid, serving a 3-game suspension for shoving a columnist, is expected to make his season debut Tuesday against the Knicks. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
New Jersey is the Garden State. But did you know that one of the most important things we can farm is wind? Offshore wind provides clean, renewable energy. It creates jobs and drives economic growth. In fact, it's estimated that a single wind farm can create over 4,000 jobs and add more than $700 million to the state's economy. Offshore wind, propelling New Jersey's future. To learn more, visit nj.gov/offshore wind.
Boy, we are really getting spoiled by this warm weather in November, aren't we? With your South Jersey weather forecast, I'm Joe Kelly. We'll roll into the night, seeing temperatures drop a little bit tonight. We're going to go down to about 44 with a clear sky, but back up into the 70s tomorrow. We'll have some sunshine, high temperature about 72. As of right now, looking forward, we currently have about a 50-50 shot of some rain, probably Sunday. That's your South Jersey weather forecast. Have a great evening. I'm Joe Kelly.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. We got your down at the beach wows, your top of the mountain wows, your show-stopping wows, your cork-popping wows. New Jersey, it's one wow after another after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, 437 Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, as you heard Tony in the update there. Flyers tonight. That game's going to be on Rock 104.1. We'll have the football on 97.3 ESPN. It's time for Knicks Nuggets. They're brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Nick Earnshaw is host of the Shift podcast and producer of The Locker Room, weekends on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Nick Earnshaw. We got a shortened segment here. I know you had to run. You were running a little late today.
Yeah, listen, we got a lot to talk about, though. We got to talk about a ton of stuff going on. And, we got 3 nuggets. We're going to get them quickly here, Mike. We got this. Nugget number 1. Little lightning nuggets today. All right. First nugget of the day, 76ers and Tyrese Maxey. He is now going to be out for weeks, it's looking like, according to reports. Listen, he's been the only bright spot they've had, Mike and Pete, averaging 27.6 points per game. He's leading the NBA in minutes per game, so a lot of time out on the floor for him because of no Embiid. Paul George just getting back. It just seems like this team can't get anything together. They're not going to be playing together. Embiid's suspended. He's not going to play till the NBA Cup with the Knicks next week. Now it's Tyrese Maxey. Is it are we hovering over the panic button at this point? Because I'm starting to hover right now, Mike. After yesterday, I was like, it's November. But now Maxey's hurt, and he's going to miss a couple of weeks. This team has 1 win to start the season. I mean, they're in a little bit of trouble here.
I agree. I feel like it's a lost feeling season no matter what. I mean, I think that the Maxey injury derails everything because you were getting beat back on Tuesday. Okay, let's say worst case scenario, you lose these next 2 games and you're 1-9. Okay, now at least you have the 3 guys playing together. You would hope most of the rest of the way. Well, now Embiid's going to come back on Tuesday night. He's probably not going to play Wednesday against Cleveland. So you got nothing happening there. And you're not going to get Maxey back, I would have to assume, up until around Thanksgiving. We said that's about 10 games from now. So now that's 10 games plus the 7 you've already played. That's 17 games in which no Maxey, no Embiid, and no Paul George have played in a game together. And I would assume it's not only going to be those 17. These guys are probably not going to play in about 25 games on the low end together. I don't see any shot of you playing – in a team playing a game without 25 guys. We played the audio earlier today. Chris Mannix and Ben Golliver on Chris Mannix's podcast, and he mentioned it. Chris has covered the NBA for a long time for Sports Illustrated, and he said it. look at the team last year. Durant, Beal, and Booker. When they got those three guys, people said, lights out, the party's over, the Suns are winning. Well, they played 40 games together and got swept in the first round of the playoffs. I feel similar about where this Sixers team season's going.
Yeah, it's not looking great right now. I was Mr. Positivity, but now the Maxey thing, it changes the whole dynamic. And you have to remember, Mike, when Embiid comes back on Tuesday, right? He'll play the Knicks. They also have a game Wednesday against the Cavaliers. That's their first. It's another back-to-back. Is Embiid going to play one game and sit out that Cavaliers game?
No,
how's that going to work?
I said that. He's going to play Tuesday night. He won't play Wednesday. So you're getting him back for one night, and then, then he sits out the next night. Look, I don't like these predetermined nights off. If I wake up the next morning and I feel like I'm ready to play, I'm playing. I don't say 3 weeks ahead of time, you know what, that day I'm not going to play. No, if I played last night and I wake up the next day and I feel like playing, then guess what? I'm telling them the back-to-back, I know, I feel fine, we're playing tonight. Because this game's too important. You got to start wondering, do you want to win a championship because of continuity, or do you think you can win a championship by putting yourself in bubble wrap? I don't know any player who's been put in bubble wrap and made it all the way to the finals and won the damn thing. Yes, I know Kawhi Leonard, but even that team, I think he missed 22 games. If Joel Embiid misses 22 games this year, I would be surprised if it's not more than that.
Yeah, it's probably going to be more than that. And the communication, the PR that this team has had to go through, what a mistake it was to come out and say he's not playing back-to-backs. Because now you have the suspension.
He said it. He said it.
I know. He said this.
I'm saying I can't blame the team for that.
Well, the team should have said, hey, probably not a great idea. I don't know if he just said it off the cuff or what. It was a mistake. He should not have said that, because now it's turned into this massive thing. I'm not blaming the Sixers for that. And B probably should not have said that. It's turned into a nightmare. He's now been suspended, and now his first game back, he's going to sit the next night. He hasn't played at all yet.
The only thing I can say in the positive there is if you're telling people he's not playing back-to-backs, at least you give them a heads up that they don't need to buy tickets for the game.
Yeah, scheduled loss. It's scheduled loss. I'll be there for the Tuesday night game. I'll probably be in the nosebleeds for that. But the next night, don't count me in there. Paul George is going to be playing by himself. He's going to be playing by himself at that point. So the Sixers, I can't. We got to stop talking about it. I'm done for the day. That's enough Sixers talk for the day. We got to move on to the building they share a team with for another couple of years, and the Philadelphia Flyers. Matvei Michkov. Pete, you're getting your wish. I had this written down way earlier in the day. They're scratching him as a healthy tonight. He's a healthy scratch from Torts. Listen, I understand that maybe he struggled a little bit, quote unquote, but imagine if he had players around him, how many more assists he'd have. He has been fantastic. He was the rookie of the month. You're now scratching him as quote unquote part of the process, according to Torts. He's a young player. Get him out there. Get him as many reps in the NHL as possible. This might be a massive mistake by Tortorella. I don't know. Is he still the right guy for this job at this point? You're benching Michkov. Come on.
For me, Tortorella is probably the worst coach you could have to help develop and get Michkov ready for the NHL.
Yeah, and you're taking off the power play too tonight. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, this isn't a situation like Indianapolis with the Colts where you have a young player and you should play him to get some experience because the team's not any good. That team has a chance to make the playoffs. This Philly Flyers team stinks. Last year I think they played over their heads. They added Michkov this year, and you were thinking, wow, this is a guy who can kind of maybe jumpstart the offense. And guess what? He's got 10 points in 13 games. Is he going to make mistakes? Yes. Now, is Tortorella saying, I'm asking him to do things and he's defying me? I don't know that that's where we're going with this, but it's disappointing that you are in a situation now where the team last year was at least competitive all the way to the end line. The last 4 games of the year, they were eliminated. But this team is in last place right now, and they look like a last-place team. The goaltending situation, who gets blamed for this? This is a joke. Who decided that, hey, we're going to bring in 2 guys that have no business being between the pipes on a given night? How do you go into a season with no backup goalie situation? And then, of course, the starting guy gets hurt. There was a guy here earlier today said, how much longer for Arison? I said, not long. You better get – it's unbelievable. This is one of those things. You remember the year where the Sixers were in the process and it was such a disaster and they made the trade for man, who was the point guard they got just to get somebody in there that was competent to be the point guard. And he helped them out. Like, he was like a competent player for them, just a veteran. That's what the Flyers need to do. They just need to call someone up and say, listen, you got a 35-year-old goaltender in your system. We need him, okay? We'll give you whatever for him just to get some competent level backup in here because it's not fair to the team.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we had
Who's the
Briere
point guard
on.
I was talking about, by the way? Somebody out there listening. No. Not Jared Bayless. Are you remember what I'm talking about? They the year that the process, they traded for a point guard, and he actually was decent, and he's been on Washington a bunch.
Ish Smith.
Ish Smith, yes. Ish Smith is the guy. They traded for Ish Smith, and he gave them at least a professional to play the position.
Yeah, Ish Smith played for like every single team. But, we had Briere, we had Keith Jones on over the summer a couple months ago on the weekend show with the Schweiner. And we've asked them. They don't expect. They told us they do not expect the Flyers to be competitive this year. Last year was an anomaly. There is no reason for them to be competitive. At least play the guy that you drafted really high, didn't think was going to come over here. Let him develop. Let him play. Let him make mistakes. That's the whole point. That's what they're doing. They have come out and said it multiple times. They said it on the 97.3 airwaves. I don't understand what the Flyers are doing here. Torts is making a massive mistake doing this. This doesn't help him develop. He's going to watch the game and learn something? He's around the team every day. Playing will help him develop. He's 19. He can make mistakes.
And now it's a mental game for him, and you don't want that. Jeez. But another thing is all the talk about Cutter Gauthier demanding a trade because of the way Tortorella treats the young guys.
By the way, that trade's been a mess because Drysdale
I know that,
too.
But the principle is there.
Yeah,
Drysdale's been a complete disappointment.
Maybe Kevin Hayes was on to something.
Ooh.
Oh, bringing Hazer back into this. Listen, Mitch Goff should not be benched. It should not happen the rest of the year. I mean, this is ridiculous that they're doing this tonight. All right, moving along. Final nugget. We had a lightning round of nuggets today. Andrew Painter. I want to talk about the Phillies a little bit. I know Middleton's been speaking. They're down at the meetings. We've heard from Dombrowski. But we got to talk about Andrew Painter and the dynamic of the starting rotation. So he has pitched so far this fall 10 straight scoreless innings right now. His fastball's touching 101. Right now, Baseball America grades his command at 70+. Mike, you and I talked about in the Nuggets the other day from Dombrowski's press conference, him bringing up Andrew Painter, and they expect him to be a part of this roster at some point next season. Could that some point be in spring training that they're going to kind of give him every opportunity to win that fifth starting spot? Because the way they're talking, the way he's been pitching, I mean, they must really believe in this guy and his stuff, but he's been hurt. So I don't know if you want to start him in the major leagues at this age and at this point in his career. I'd let him go to the minors at least for a little while.
I believe that he will be a part of the rotation immediately, and I'll tell you a couple of things about that. One, I think he would have been in the rotation this year had he been healthy. That's one. Two, I think they're going to try to trade Ranger Suarez and try to get something in return, and part of the reason is they feel like they can get something for Suarez. They don't want to have to pay another starting pitcher. He's the next guy that's going to be coming up. They already paid Sanchez. They paid Nola. They paid Wheeler. You bring Painter into the mix. You don't have to pay him anything. Suarez's deal is the one that's coming up. They're going to have to make a decision on what to do with him. I feel like Suarez is the guy that gets traded this offseason, and that's the first domino of bringing in a different type of player. We'll give you Suarez. Give us a younger corner outfield, and then Painter steps into that spot. So now you have Wheeler, Nola, Sanchez, and then Painter becomes that guy there. So I think that's the guy. Suarez, I think, is the guy that they will use to try to get a piece. That's my take.
Who's going to be 5, though? You could have
the 5 thing will be a myriad of, like, they'll probably try to sign. They might even bring a guy like, who's the guy that they had here? Kyle Gibson, that type of player. They'll bring in a guy like that who just gives them a bunch of innings. I was listening to a podcast the other day. The Braves made a trade last week. Jorge Soler for somebody to the Angels.
I did see that trade.
And on the podcast, they were saying how on the surface, it seems that why are the Braves doing this? Jorge Soler is a guy who people know. He hits home runs. And they were saying on the podcast that The Braves won that trade and ripped off the Angels because everybody is searching for innings eaters, cheap innings eaters, guys that you can just give low money who will pitch a lot of innings, and you don't expect a lot from them. You don't expect them to win 15 games or be, an ERA in the threes, but someone who can just pitch every fifth day and eat innings for you. And that's what the Braves did. They made that trade, and they got, who was it?
It was Griffin Canning.
Griffin Canning.
Yep.
There you go. They made that trade, and it's just a guy that you could say, hey, every fifth day, he's starting. He's going to give us 6 innings. We don't have to worry about that spot. I think the Phillies are going to go try to find a guy like that, and that will be the 5th guy. Painter will be the 4th guy, and Suarez. That's just my prediction.
Yeah, I mean, they have to get a 5th guy. I mean, if they keep Ranger, if they don't do the trade that you think you're predicting, they keep Ranger, you have Painter in that 5th spot, you're locked in. You have a great rotation right there, and you have a young guy at the back end getting some major league miles on him. They don't seem like a team that wants to do a bullpen. They don't want to do bullpen games.
And Soler was a World Series hero for them. He had a great playoff run for the Braves, and they didn't have a problem moving him.
Yep, and I think that the Phillies will go down that route. Kyle Gibson, somebody to that extent. It's just a 5th starter, pitches every 5th day, eats a lot of innings, doesn't make a lot of money. By the way, they have Taiwan Walker here, so I know nobody wants to hear that. But
just stick him in the bullpen, Mike. Stick him in the bullpen. We don't need to see Taiwan Walker ever again. Starting pitcher for the Phillies. It just can't happen anymore. All right,
I understand. Here's the problem: he has a contract for 2 more years.
I know
they obviously aren't willing to just cut him. So if he's here and he shows up to spring training, I would imagine he will be in the mix.
He is unstartable at this point. All right, Mike, that's my lightning round of nuggets for you today. Hope it was a good one. Hope you guys have a great time over there at Chickies and Pete's.
Yeah, we are. Thanks, Nuggets. And the Nuggets, of course, as always, are brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at the Gallery Bar Booking Games. I hate when we're, on these Thursdays when we're here at Chickies and Pete's, the lighting on me on the video portion is so bad. I look like I saw a ghost or something.
You got to get one of those ring lights.
Yeah, I got to do a better job with the light. I always forget when I come here. I do have a ring light, but the people who are watching on the video, I know I have a ghostly looking look to me today, but I apologize for that. But we are having a good time here at Chickies and Pete's. And, all right, coming up next hour, Casey Joyner, one thought every game. But first, all right, we need caller number 7, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller 7 right now. You are entered in to win a chance to win Eagles-Steelers Club Box tickets for this year's 99 Growlers Party live at Mudhen Brewing Company in Wildwood, Wednesday, November 27th at Mudhen. You can win tickets to see Eagles, Steelers at the link, Sixers tickets, Flyers tickets, concert tickets, tickets to area shows, and all sorts of tickets. Anybody who's been to the 99 Growlers Party, you know it's a great time. Everybody that enters walks away with a pair of tickets. Everybody's a winner, and you'll be a winner for checking out Mudhen Brewing Company. If you've never been there, awesome spot. And we're going to be there live with caller number 7, 609-573-3776.
It's Sixers basketball tomorrow night on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
He puts it up and in. A 3-point opportunity for PG. Great job by George.
It's Sixers, Lakers. Tomorrow night. Coverage begins at 10 p.m. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball. 97.3 ESPN.
Hey, Birds fans, it's about that time. Football season is back, and Boardwalk Honda is giving you the chance to score big. Stop in and take advantage of game-changing savings all month long. Shop our lineup of new pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas. We have something for everyone, and credit problems are no problem with over 25 financial lenders to get you approved and on the road to victory. Visit us in Egg Harbor Township or online at boardwalkhonda.com. And remember, from Maine to Miami, nobody beats a Boardwalk deal.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive presents good news, bad news, dumb news, then great news. Good news. A letter in your mailbox says you could save money bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. You saw it after your teenager backed the car into the mailbox. Dumb news. A new mailbox, basically a box on a stick, costs up to $400. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and go with paperless mail instead. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Choosing the right candidates for any office can be difficult.
My office has lots of drama.
My office has its ups and downs.
I share my office. But no matter what kind of office you have, one thing's for certain. If you're hiring, you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds the most qualified candidates for your roles fast, and you can invite your top choices to apply. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So, for any kind of office.
I'm really going places in my office.
My office has everything you could ever want.
Count on ZipRecruiter to find the right candidates for it. Try ZipRecruiter for free today at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the things that just will never come out. Rinse shade. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
At the Home Depot, the holidays have arrived.
And so is all my family, so I'm working on keeping up with the laundry.
The Home Depot is here to help with Black Friday savings up to 40% off select appliances. Spend less time doing laundry with smart, efficient appliances from Samsung, ranked #1 in customer satisfaction.
Perfect. Less laundry time means more family time.
Get Black Friday savings now with free delivery and financing on select appliances at the Home Depot. Visit jdpower.com/awards for more details. Offer valid November 6th through December 4th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Tune in to the Bet365 Play of the Day during the Sports Bash with me, Mike Gill, every weekday afternoon at 5:45 on 97.3 ESPN. Made possible by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Getting ready for more rain and longer nights? We've got you. Right now, you can earn up to $25 in bonus rewards when you buy 2 Sylvania Silver Star Ultra bulbs and 2 Rain-X Quantum Elite wiper blades. More rewards and better visibility at America's #1 lighting destination, AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Offer valid for AutoZone Rewards members. Restrictions apply.
Tina, hot head, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, if you have ugly yellow toe fungus, you gotta hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflesh.com. Jake started off with a small spot on his big toe and then it spread and got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everyone. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflesh.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflesh.com. They'll even let you try it risk-free so you have nothing to lose. But whatever you do, don't let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflesh.com.
Shop early, save big, all month long during Black Friday build-up at Lowe's.
Right now, get select pre-lit artificial Christmas trees starting at just $59.98. Don't wait to save. Shop these deals today, in-store or online, because Lowe's knows deals. Discount taken at time of purchase while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings at BMW of Atlantic City. Stop in and shop your favorite models, including the new BMW 2 Series, X3, and more. We're sure to have a vehicle that fits your needs. And with Acceleride, purchase your vehicle online and we'll deliver it directly to you. Looking to trade? We'll pay top dollar for your current vehicle. Experience luxury today at BMW of Atlantic City, closer than you think. In Egg Harbor Township, shop our complete inventory online at bmwatlanticcity.com.
Home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN.
Sounds great, guys.
WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort studio, here's Mike Gill.
The only way they have a chance with now Cooper Rush coming in as the quarterback, you got to be able to run the football. And I know they haven't done that all season long, but getting the ball and watching Rico against the Atlanta Falcons, being able to make plays, having some runs of 10 or more yards is the only thing I think gives them a chance, because you keep the ball out of Philly's hands and you don't allow Saquon Barkley to wreck the game.
Jason McCarty says it's the only way that he thinks the Cowboys can beat the Eagles this week. Run the ball. I don't know that they can run the ball. We'll ask Casey Joyner. Of course, he's brought to you by Elite Acura, scoring incredible savings all month long at Elite Acura on Route 73, Maple Shade, online at EliteAcura.com. Well, you heard that, Casey Joyner, and I'm thinking, well, if that's the best way for them to win this game, running the football, do you see a way that Dallas all of a sudden can manufacture a run game because Cooper Rush is the quarterback?
Yeah, I'm not getting a good sense on that at all. I mean, the Cowboys, it's not just that the Cowboys don't have a very good run game. It's not just that, they ran for $137 last week against Atlanta. It's easily their season high, only the third time they rushed for 100 yards, and they barely made it in the other two. It's not just that. I mean, looking at the metrics, the Eagles defense on designed rushes over the past 4 weeks, the Eagles are second in the league in fantasy points per game allowed. They're only allowing 3.3 yards per rush, only 8.9 points per game. They just have some of the best numbers in the league. They're very disciplined. They're tackling well. We've been talking about that other than the fourth quarter last week. They've been tackling really well. The defense that tackles well, it does gap responsibility pretty well, and they don't have to worry so much about the pass. I mean, you got to worry about the CeeDee Lamb no matter what, but if you can keep him limited like other teams have, if you do that, yeah, okay, Dallas, good luck. With your backs, you're going to get anywhere. Yeah, I wouldn't like it if you traded running backs. If you put Barkley onto the Cowboys and gave the Eagles Dowdle, I'd still like the Eagles' chances.
Well, you take a look at it then, their offensive line against the Eagles. The Eagles' pass rush, it's a tough one. I'd like to hear where you think they are as a pass rush. But against the run, Philadelphia does a pretty good job. I don't know that people are buying their pass rush quite yet, but against the run, it seems like even if Dallas was a good good running team, the Eagles' defense is still a good run defense.
They are, and the Eagles, the pass rush-wise, 16 sacks the last 4 games. I mean, they've got one of the highest sack rates in the league as well. In fact, the second highest sack percentage behind the Giants. Mind you, I also look at they have True Media has the pass rush pressures that a team gets, and that's you want sacks as opposed to pressures. You don't want to just have pressures, but they have 52 pass rush pressures. They have a 35.9% pass pressure rate of the past 4 weeks. That ranks 12th. So you're second in sack rate, you're 12th in pass pressure rate. You're blitzing only 18.8% of the time. It's one of the lowest blitz rates per dropback in the league. So I'm like, okay, I know they played some favorable offensive lines. I know that's part of it. But if you're dominating in the pass rush this much with the Eagles right now, I'm like, okay, pass rush is not something I'm too worried about. I think I can get a pass rush if Dallas decides to let Cooper throw the ball.
Yeah, I know, you take a look at the Dallas offensive line. It's not the Dallas lines that we remember. They are struggling a little bit. What does Cooper Rush change for this offense? I mean, I know he played 5-1 a couple of years ago, and the one loss was to Philadelphia. But does he do anything that maybe makes him a little different or better than Dak Prescott?
I gotta wonder if If you're Cooper Rush, what do you got to lose? I mean, yeah, it's not you can build a game plan around him to say he won't lose the game for you, but also he just I get a bit of a sense when I watch him on tape, a little bit of sense of gunslinger, like that it's there for him. And it might be one of those things where Dallas goes, hey, maybe we just got to throw 20 passes to CD and see if the Eagles can cover. Maybe we just say, hey, we can't run the ball so well. I'm serious. Send 20, 22 targets. We've seen it happen.
All right. Well, then let me ask you, what about where is I'm glad you went down. Where is Quinyon Mitchell in your mind as a rookie corner halfway through the year? Is he turning into a guy that is a lockdown type of corner?
5.2 yards per target the past 4 weeks, 14 targets, 8 completions, only 73 yards, 57.1% completion rate, only a 71.4 passer rating. It's really good. He's right up. Mind you, Cooper DeJean is not that far behind at 5.8. Darius Slay at 6.9 is a solid number for him. I mean, DeJean's the one who's getting targeted the most over the past 4 weeks, and Mitchell's second as far as targets per Pro Football Reference and things. He's holding up really, really well. And that's the thing. Look, if you're going up against CD, you know what he can do. You just say, fine, we're going to cap things over the top. He's going to get his catches. Tackle him. Just make him, if he wants to go take 20 times, fine. Can he hold up? I don't know. But I mean, if that's what they want to do and they want to just do that, go up there, tackle him. There'll be, you'll get some incomplete passes. You'll get a drop pass here and there. You might get a pick if you play things well. I mean, if they want to go that route, they want to say, fine, we'll go there. I'd say go ahead and let them and just make sure you don't get beat over the top. And the Eagles have been really good at that too. By the way, vertical passing numbers over the past 4 weeks, they're third in the league in fantasy points allowed per game on vertical passes. So, I mean, the Eagles are shutting in deep passes too. I mean, this is like I said, I like their chances. Just don't get beat by CD and you get a real good chance.
You got the Eagles' defense kind of locked down against that offense. The Dallas offense has not been very good. Let's flip it over. What is Philly looking at? They're going to get Parsons back. It looks like they're giving up 42 points a game at home here. Their secondary's been a disaster. It looks like Brown and Smith and Goddard are going to be back here. So is this a big play type of day? This is what they like to do. They're a big play type of team. They like to take shots down the field. Are those shots available?
Over the past 4 games, and some of these guys, may not, depending on, they've only played a couple of games. A couple of these guys have, so these are incomplete numbers, but still, past 4 games for the Cowboys. Amani Oruwariye, 13.2 yards per target. Trevon Diggs, 10.2 yards per target. Donovan Wilson, 10.7 yards per target. Kalen Carson, 12.1 yards per. If you're in a double-digit range at a cornerback, and also if you get to the end of the season, you're a double-digit range as a cornerback, you're gone. It's like, remember Lito Shepherd back in the day? Lito would get a bunch of interceptions. The only thing that kept him out there because his yards per target were just abysmal. If you hit double digits, it's time for you to go. They got 4 people right now who are in double-digit yards per target the past 4 weeks. There's targets all over the place on that defense, and that's the individual ones. If you're looking at vertical passing too, if you're looking at Dallas on vertical passes, they're 32nd. They're last in the league on vertical pass points per game allowed over the past 4 games. I mean, they're 14th at tight end points, so maybe they hold up well there. But okay, you got 1+ and you get beaten everywhere else. I mean, it's just like, this is not. It's hard to believe this defense plays as bad as it does. It's not talent. They just don't perform well. Seriously, they play well below their talent level. And then the run game, I'm breaking down a run game from a couple weeks ago, and I got to like the first 6 plays. There were massive errors in run defense on 6 plays. It was like, I couldn't believe the volume and how many people were making them. It was like there were multiple ones on one play. I'm like, my God, this looks like the old Belichick term. It's like, so, you can bring in Foxborough High and do better.
Casey Jordan from The Athletic. One thought every game coming up in just a second. We'll finish off a thought on Philly. Saquon Barkley's having a really, really, really good year. If they want him to have a really, really, really good day, is that available to him?
The Cowboys are allowing 25 fantasy points per game on planned rushing plays over the past 4 weeks. It's easily the worst in the league. They're just, it's not just showing up on tape. They're abysmal. 450 yards rushing in the 3 games they played, 4.7 yards per rush. I mean, they're bad, out of position. And the thing is, if you're the Eagles, it's like, you could go one of 2 ways. You could literally, I think if you're the Eagles, you could just say, look, we use a minimum of creativity and just go punch these guys in the mouth. That would work. That absolutely would work. As bad as they are at doing just the basics and run defense, it absolutely work. But if you start saying, hey, you know what? Let's go ahead and start running some bash. Let's go ahead and start running some different zone reads. Let's start giving them some, Y-offs and do some split zones and things. You start doing those things I'm telling you, it's going to be Keystone Cops for the Cowboys on defense.
All right, one thought every game. Let's get into it. Casey Joyner from The Athletic here. It all starts tonight, Thursday Night Football, here on 97.3 ESPN. This one was a shootout the last time they played. Cincinnati and Baltimore, they're going to meet for the second time this year. The last time they played, they hit the over. Lamar Jackson, 18-5 in his career in prime time, 9-1 against the Bengals in his career. Joe Burrow, when they played, 392 yards, 5 touchdowns, and completed 77% of his passes. This one sounds like it's going to be fun.
Yeah, it should be. And Burrow, that's the thing. You look at him in the bench last week, and he's all just as mad as can be after he threw his 5th touchdown pass. Like, people ask him why after the game. Like, why are you so mad? He's like, because this is not good enough. Not that the team wasn't playing well. It's like, I'm not satisfied with this one. I don't want the team to be satisfied with this one. We need to turn this season around. This is only step one. But you want to see your quarterback in a situation like that. Problem is their defense is hit or miss, and Baltimore's defense, it also hit or miss too, but they're playing better, and Baltimore's got the best offense league. I think it's a shootout, but I got to go Baltimore in that kind of a contest.
Both teams over seems like the play in this one. Giants and Panthers, it's in Germany, 9:30 Sunday morning. Giants have won 2 straight games against the Panthers going back to the 2021 season. They've never won 3 straight against Carolina. They're 5-5 or 6-6 all time in the regular season against the Panthers. This is probably the worst game you can put in Germany, but that's what we're getting.
Yeah, that's not a good advertising. You knew this wouldn't be a great game going into the season, but it looks like it might even be worse than what they thought and such. Panthers defense, 3 of the past 4 weeks, about 197 or more yards rushing. I mean, the Giants have a great ground game, but you wouldn't think, but they've rushed for 321 yards over the past couple of weeks, and did it against Washington and Pittsburgh, 2 pretty good defenses. So I don't think the Panthers can stop the run. I think the Giants also, again, you've got neighbors, and the Panthers really don't have anybody at that caliber, so I'm going to take Giants.
All right, one thought every game, Bills and Colts. You know, the Bills have lost 6 straight games against the Colts. The last time they won, Peyton Manning was a rookie. Doug Flutie was the quarterback for the Buffalo Bills in that game.
That's going back a ways, yeah. That's old school. I got to give the Bills defense a lot of credit. I know they allowed 27 last week to Miami. Miami's a really, got back to where they are with Tua back and make, changes their offense. But I mean, they've been shutting teams down defensively. They've played really good. They're getting takeaways in every contest. And the Colts, you bring back Flacco last week, and it just didn't do anything for the offense. They ran for a season low 68 yards. I mean, that's just and I think Buffalo's rush defense. I mean, they've allowed less than 100 yards 4 times this year. I think that the Colts just don't have enough firepower. I got to take Buffalo.
All right, let's go to Broncos and Chiefs. One thought every game. The Broncos are looking to win consecutive games against the Chiefs for the first time since they beat them 7 straight times. That was the pre-Mahomes era. They had lost 16 straight against Kansas City before they won in Week 8 last year. But the Chiefs haven't lost yet this year. Do they do it to this Broncos outfit?
They've scored 26 or more points in the last 4 weeks. And an interesting comment that came out of the Monday night game was Belichick was on the Manning cast, and he said, Manning was talking to Belichick on the Manning cast. He said he had talked to Mahomes, and that Mahomes said that he already knows, just based on his body language, where DeAndre Hopkins is going to go on a particular route. Like, he knows the leverage he's reading out. He's already like, I already have an idea exactly where he's going to be. Like, they're reading the defense the same way, which, again, DeAndre Hopkins is a Hall of Fame receiver, so it makes sense that he could integrate that quickly. But the thing is, if that's the case, that offense didn't have a great passing game, and now you've got Kelsey getting re-involved in the offense. I think it's a certain amount of firepower that Denver, and had it been before last week, I might have said Denver had a better chance, but Baltimore put up 41. Kansas City won't put up 41, but they'll put more than enough up to beat the Broncos.
All right, one thought every game. Let's go to Atlanta and the Saints. The Saints fired their coach. The Falcons 4-0 in the division. They haven't won 5 divisional games in a season since 2016 and haven't won their first 5 divisional games since 2014. They have never had an unbeaten divisional record in franchise history. Do they keep that opportunity alive?
Running through the metrics this week on the Saints, I understand you firing their coach. Remember, Allen had not had a successful tenure before that, and if you try and you try and bring coaches back and such, recycle coaches, it's not a good idea in the NFL. It works in baseball sometimes, but not in the NFL. But I looked at their numbers, and I was just like, oh my God, this team, I knew they're playing bad, but when you start diving into the deep dive metrics, like, oh, wow, there isn't a place they're playing well. They're not pass rushing, not pass blocking, they're not running, almost, besides Kamara, they're not doing anything. He's banged up. So yeah, I think Atlanta is playing. They're as good as their win-loss record says. They're playing that well, so I'm taking the Falcons big.
One thought every game, Niners in Tampa. You know, the Niners are looking to win back-to-back games for the first time all year. They've been a favorite 35 consecutive games, and they're a favorite on the road this time against a banged-up Tampa team that fought hard last week. They've allowed 34 points per game during a 3-game losing streak, and they'll try to snap it against San Francisco.
They are I do the metrics for each week. I regrade the metrics for my start-sit service, and Bucks, I mean, they're not as bad as the Cowboys are, but their metrics have been really subpar. I mean, they've got 3 players in their secondary who are allowing 143 or higher passer rating. They're dead last in tight end points allowed over the past 4 weeks. Their vertical numbers aren't very good. They is just not a team that covers anybody well. You know, and again, you got the worst coverage metrics. You're going up against Kittle, and they might be getting Samuel back, and they'll be getting CMC back. Yeah, I think if Tampa was at full strength and had Godwin Evans, it might be a different story, but they can't keep up with the shootout. Got to take Niners.
All right, this is probably the game of the week. Steelers, Commanders, one thought every game on this one. Commanders have all sorts of things going in their favor. 4-0 at home, 7-2, best start since 1996. But the Steelers, their defense against this Washington offense, the Steelers are scoring 31 points a game in the Wilson 2 game. So this one should be probably the most entertaining game on Sunday.
It's going to be a big test for the Commanders because the Steelers, they're second in the league in vertical pass points allowed over the last 4 weeks. I mean, they're really good there. They're solid against tight ends and things, but they've got people who can stop the run and play in coverage too. I just can their offense keep up can their offense generate points too? Because Washington's defense was terrible earlier this year. It wasn't like the worst team, but they were really bad metrics. And now they're playing a lot better. Plus, now that they've got they added Lattimore, and now they can move Singler still over to the corner. They back Noah Igbenogany. I love saying that name. He was a slot corner for them. Now he's their backup corner. He's allowing 3.8 yards per target over the past 4 weeks. I mean, he's maybe their best corner, and now he's a backup because they've added so many people. They're really talented. So I like all that enough to say, hey, I think Washington can shut down the Steelers offense better than Pittsburgh could shut down Washington offense. I'll take the Commanders.
Ooh, all right. Commanders, actually not good for our listeners here. They're rooting for Pittsburgh in that one. Vikings and Jags, Minnesota leads the all-time series 6-1. It's the first of 3 straight road games for the Vikings, so they kind of need this one. They can't slip up against this Jaguars team that looks like they're going to start Mac Jones in the game. 3-12 in the last 15 games, Jacksonville.
Yeah, Jacksonville, that's yeah, they're 237 rushing yards. We saw what they did last week. 237, they've had 407 rushing yards over the past 2 weeks. And mind you, earlier in the year, Brian Flores' defenses, there's that whole thing where Purdy's stepping off the field and he tells Flores that was just fantastic. You know, you guys have me confused all day. And Flores can do that when he's on his game. This is a team that he can do that against too. Because by the way, their defense is looking like that more of the past couple weeks. Like Flores lost his mojo for a couple weeks there. It's back and they're playing that well. They can impose their will. So I got to take the Vikings.
All right, Titans and Chargers, one thought every game. Chargers give up under 13 points a game. I don't know that the Titans can score in this one. This will be interesting. Chargers, basically, it feels like a 20-3 type of game here. The Titans trying to score against this Chargers defense is tough for everyone, but this is a very challenged Titans offense.
Yeah, I don't know how they set the over-under for that game low enough. I mean, it's what did the Chargers do? Because they scored 53 the past 2 weeks, so you got to count
39, by the way. It's 39.
They must be expecting the Chargers to score 39 then, because the Titans are just again. You're right; they're terrible, and they're not. They can run the ball. I mean, they've done that well, but the Chargers are a really good run defense, and the Chargers just have shut down pass coverage metrics too. I don't know they're the best defense in the league. They're top 5 right now, and again with the Titans. Levis, if they bring him back, they're turnover prone on offense. They can only run the ball. They can't get that much passing game going. And by the way, Chargers are just as deep in their secondary too. They've got rookies, they've got good rookies playing in their secondary. I mean, it's a very talented team. Got to take LA.
All right, one thought every game. Jets and Cardinals. You know, the Jets win this game. They're right in the mix in the wild card. Cardinals win. They stay in first place in the NFC West. Who would have had them this deep into the season? Jets snapped a 5-game losing streak last week. The 11th time these two teams have ever met, but the Jets are a road favorite in the game.
They were home favorite last week against a 6-2 team. I was surprised about that. I'm kind of surprised that they're a favorite here as well. Arizona, I mean, whether they got it, they don't. The thing is, here's the thing: Arizona plays really well. They run the ball well, 213 yards last week. They've been stopping the run of late. They're very good on defense. They do a lot of things well. They've got a lot of talent. They don't have their vertical passing game. I did a write-up for the Athletic in my Monday fantasy review article, and look, we take the 2 games. There's 2 games where Murray has done great in vertical passing. He's the worst vertical pass quarterback in fantasy football each of the last 2 years on a points per game basis. Not not skewed points per game basis. Qualified passers, and he's doing just as terrible this year. If you take those 2 games out, it's making Marvin Harrison's contribution hard to come by because he's terrible on short passes, and that's going to be just enough. Where I don't think they can get that going, and they can't get Harrison going. I don't think they have enough firepower to beat the Jets. I'll take New York.
All right, one thought every game, Lions and Texans. This is the Sunday night football game. You can listen to it right here on 97.3 ESPN. These are 2 teams that have never made the Super Bowl. They both have Super Bowl aspirations. The Lions 7-1, best start since 1956. And, of course, the Houston Texans coming off that extra rest. They played Thursday night and did not look good in that game.
Yeah, somebody who was born and raised in Michigan. The idea that the Lions they might be the best team in the NFL, I don't know that I've ever been able to say that in my life. and it might be literally true right now. I mean, even I know the Chiefs have the best record. I think the Lions might be the best team. They can power run. They just showed they could win on the road. Their defense is playing much better. They have 11 takeaways over the past 4 weeks. Their rush defense isn't as good as it should be, and their pass defense numbers are good, but not great. But this is a team that when they put their foot on the gas, they can run up big scores against anybody. And the Houston defense it's good, maybe very good, maybe B plus on a good day. But you're going to have trouble slowing down Detroit if you have an A defense, and I don't think the Texans do. So I'm taking the Lions.
All right, Monday night, Dolphins and Rams, and obviously not a great Monday night football game. Dolphins lead the series 12-2, 5 straight games wins in the last loss against the Rams, 2001, but they got to travel across the country. They've been playing poorly. They kind of fought in that game last week against Buffalo. You feel like Miami's got to get one of these, but is it in L.A. against this Rams team?
It's a bad matchup record-wise. Should be fun. You got a big plays potentially. You've got Tua, you've got Tyreek. Here's the interesting thing: that review I did on Monday for the Athletic. I looked at how Miami was doing against cover 2 defenses, and teams are playing cover 2 against them. You should be able to run post routes or seam routes against they go down the middle. And Tyreek Hill is running more post routes since Tua's return than any other receiver in the league, and yet they've not hit any deep passes to him on that. I wonder if this might be the week that changes because the Rams are 26th in vertical pass points allowed over the past 4 weeks. So I think that Tua is going to be able to hit a big play. Having said that, it is the cross-country trip, and mind you, you've got Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp, and you've got Kyron Williams. I just think it's going to be a high-scoring game for, like I said, bad teams with bad records. It's going to be a high-scoring game. I'll take the Rams because they're at home because I think they have just a bit more firepower than Miami.
All right, Eagles and Cowboys. We'll get Casey's overall thought on that one. You know, Saquon Barkley has never beat Dallas. He's 0-10. It's worst record by a player versus a franchise for a skill player. This is unbelievable that Barkley's never won a game against Dallas. So let's see. Does Casey Joyner have Philadelphia, by the way? Hurts is 0-3 in Dallas. He's never won there either. So there's a lot of things kind of going against each other. By the way, the spread, Philadelphia is a 7-point road favorite in the game. They are 0-10 against the spread when the spread is 4 points or more in their favor. So this sounds like a close game and a tough one on the road, but the matchups don't feel that way.
The matchups absolutely don't feel that way. Dallas they've got a lot of problems. I can't believe they're as undisciplined a defense as they are. I just look at this, and the thing is, because of all those factors you're talking about, because it's a division game in the first place, because of all those factors, I don't think they'll be rattled. I think it's one of those things where you walk in there and say, in fact, I'll use the line that Bear Bryant's trainer used one time when he had a Texas A&M team going to Texas A&M. He said, "I pray you all got some guts because you're better than these guys are." I think that's what the Eagles need to say is we better have some guts to go in there and play these guys and just go punch them square in the mouth. Yeah, we don't win. We haven't won here and things. We got all these poor records against us. Doesn't matter. This is the year it ends. This is their matchup that it ends. I think that they put their foot to the floor, and I think I'm not going to say it's going to be a blowout, but if they don't win by double digits, by 2 touchdowns, I'd be surprised because Dallas is that bad.
All right, there you go. One thought every game. Casey Joyner from The Athletic, and, of course, he's back on Tuesday when we look back at all these games. Man, we're going to be finishing Week 10 of the NFL. When you get to the double digits, man, it starts to get me worried that things are moving too fast. But we'll do it again on Tuesday with Casey from The Athletic. Thank you, buddy.
Appreciate it, man.
And Casey Joyner is brought to you by One Thought Every Game by Elite Acura. Score incredible savings all month long. Elite Acura. Visit them on Route 73 in Maple Shade or online at eliteacura.com.
That's unbelievable. Saquon Barkley's 0-10 against Dallas.
Never beat them. Those Giant teams.
There's a Giants fan right at the bar over there. I got to tell him that stat.
Well, I'm sure he's well aware that his team hasn't beat
Never
that Cowboys
beaten Dallas
team
in the last 10 tries.
No, and they usually opened up the season a lot. They would play that early, Sunday night game or something like that, Dallas and the Giants.
That's a shame Saquon was on that team for so long. And now he's finally.
We've got deprived of seeing a really good back in.
It's true, man.
Did have a Giant fan come up. He said hello, and he said he likes to listen to our show because we're objective about the Eagles, even though he hates the Eagles. So that was very nice of him to say.
Right, because his objectivity would be non-existent. So
not
we need
really.
to hear from
Not
you.
if you're an Eagle hater. But, hey, listen, the Giants have had a 10-year stretch of some tough times, man. I feel for that guy. Not really. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. We've got Nadu coming up with the plays of the week. He's got 3 college, 1 pro, and that's coming up for you next. And I got my Bet365 plays of the day, and we got another chance for you to qualify for 99 bottles, 99 growlers, I should say. I've been doing the bottles party for so long. I'm just so used to saying bottles. But this year, it's 99 growlers because we'll be at Mudhead Brew Company. We're at the brewing company, and that means the growlers are coming out. And I want to congratulate Josh and Kate May. Last hour, he was our qualifier for 99 growlers. Charles and Vineland in the 3 o'clock hour. Bob and EHT in the 2 o'clock hour. You could be next. That sounder's going off in about a half an hour from now. So stick around, listen for the sounder, and this year's 99 Growlers party, it could be you winning a pair of tickets to see the Eagles and Steelers at Lincoln Financial Field, club box seats, and it's all thanks to Mud Hen Brewing Company in Wildwood. When we come back, stick around. Our gambling expert, Jeff Nadu, is here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And if you're not down with that, we got 2 words for you.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Hi, I'm Larry Mintz. When dealing with a workers' compensation claim, in most cases, the injured worker doesn't get the money they're entitled to. That's why you need the right lawyer. When injured on the job, call us first. We'll speak with you for free and get you all the money and benefits you deserve.
Make the right call to Golden Bird Macklin. Call us at 609-344-7131. That's 609-344-7131. Or visit us online at gmslaw.com.
AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Getting ready for more rain and longer nights? We've got you. Right now, you can earn up to $25 in bonus rewards when you buy 2 Sylvania Silver Star Ultra bulbs and 2 Rain-X Quantum Elite wiper blades. More rewards and better visibility at America's #1 lighting destination, AutoZone.
Get inside AutoZone.
Offer valid for AutoZone Rewards members. Restrictions apply.
Are you annoyingly inattentive? Do you watch a movie and then ask a zillion questions because you weren't paying attention? Do people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. At Mattress Firm's Black Friday sale, get a king for the price of a queen and a free adjustable base with select Sealy beds, all with a low price guarantee. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the propane tank on your grill first, before hosting a tailgate.
Let's fire up. Here, let me try. Seriously? You didn't check the propane? Who wants chips?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Salt and vinegar?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Choosing the right candidates for any office can be difficult.
My office has lots of drama.
I share my office. But no matter what kind of office you have, if you're hiring, you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds the most qualified candidates for your roles fast. So, for any kind of office.
I'm really going places in my office.
Count on ZipRecruiter to find the right candidates for it. Try ZipRecruiter for free today at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Welcome to Staples.
Help! My family's in for the holidays and I need gift ideas.
That's why we're here. Staples has amazing deals on everything you need. Photo gifts, laptops, and gaming systems. Even custom holiday cards and shipping solutions to send gifts to the family that can't make it.
Perfect! Have anything for Uncle Frank? I love him, but the guy is never quiet.
Noise-canceling headphones. For you.
You get it.
Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples. And right now at Staples, save up to $350 on select computers. Ends 11/16, in-store only.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight. And you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Healthier starts here with Get Covered New Jersey. Get quality, affordable health coverage. 9 in 10 get financial help to lower costs, and many pay $10 a month or less. Enroll at getcovered.nj.gov.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. The Flyers are in Tampa tonight as they continue their road trip facing the Lightning. Philadelphia has dropped back-to-back games after losing Tuesday night to the Carolina Hurricanes in Raleigh 6-4. NBA, the Sixers staying in Los Angeles on Friday as they take on the Lakers. Philadelphia dropped 4 in a row Wednesday night, losing to the Clippers 110-98. Kelly Oubre and Paul George each had 18 points. Center Joel Embiid, who's serving a 3-game suspension for shoving a columnist, is expected to make his season debut Tuesday night at home against the Knicks. The Eagles will be in Dallas Sunday, a Week 10 matchup with the Cowboys. Philadelphia riding a 4-game win streak at 6-2, a half game behind Washington in the NFC East with the second-best rushing offense in the NFL. Dallas 3-5, they've lost 3 in a row, and quarterback Dak Prescott is on the injured reserve with a hamstring injury, and they will start Cooper Rush at quarterback. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
You're a winner when you play Borgata's Winning Wonderland. Now through December 28th, earn entries for your stake in over $1 million in prizes, including 2 2025 Range Rovers. Visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Boy, we are really getting spoiled by this warm weather in November, aren't we? With your South Jersey weather forecast, I'm Joe Kelly. We'll roll into the night. We're seeing temperatures drop a little bit tonight. We're going to go down to about 44 with a clear sky, but back up into the 70s tomorrow. We'll have some sunshine, high temperature about 72. As of right now, looking forward, we currently have about a 50-50 shot of some rain, probably Sunday. That's your South Jersey weather forecast. Have a great evening. I'm Joe Kelly.
This is an important safety message from the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety.
Did you know that driving under the influence of marijuana is illegal? Driving high will get you a DUI. And if you're wondering if law enforcement can tell you're driving high, well, everyone can. If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI.
A message from the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. We've got another week of the college football season. College basketball, by the way, started this week. But the football season is coming down to the final couple of weeks here, Jeff Nadeau. It's a sad time in the college football world when we know that the bowl season is almost here. It's all moving too quick. But I'm sure you got some plays for our friends out there listening today. What's up, my brother?
What's up, Mike? Yeah, season always goes fast, but plenty of money to still be made.
Yeah, man. Let's get into it for the people here. As we know, a couple games tonight, by the way. A little East Carolina, my girlfriend's alma mater, Florida Atlantic, Coastal Carolina, App State. So the people out there, there's a couple games for you. But we're going to start with a game tomorrow night. Little Big Ten, classic Big Ten matchup here between the Iowa Hawkeyes and UCLA. Yes, that's a Big Ten matchup. Iowa -6.5 on the road here, 44.5. Iowa on the road at UCLA. This is a Fox game, so the people can watch it with a couple bucks on it.
Yeah, I like the over here, Mike. Obviously, when I say I like the over involving an Iowa game, you're thinking, I don't want to play that, but Iowa's been one of the best over teams in the country this year, 8-1 to the over. They're just a better offense this year, and they're not as good a defense. These totals are just too low. To me, at this point, I think we got to start putting totals for Iowa in the high 40s, maybe even into the 50s. Iowa's a group who are scoring 31 points a game. This is a UCLA team giving up nearly 30 a game. They have not been as good defensively this season, UCLA. Throw in the fact that Iowa's got to travel a little bit, not exactly an easy trip to make. Teams have struggled going from mid or east to west. And then when you look at UCLA, Mike, they've been great the last couple of weeks offensively. Dropped 27 against a good Nebraska defense, dropped 35 against Rutgers. Ethan Garbers, their quarterback's kind of got a dual threat ability. To me, this total is just too low. I think this is like a 31-17, 34-20 type of game. I'm going to take the over 44.5.
All right, that's a little Friday play for you guys out there. Jeff Nadeau's with us. Let's go to a little Nevada and Boise State. Now, Boise, obviously, this is a big game for them with the whole college football playoff. They are 24-point favors, over under 60.5. They are 1-4 against the spread their last 5 against Nevada. They're 5-0 against the spread, though, in their last 5 games. So this has been a fun team to kind of follow here. Under 3-1 in the last 4 meetings in this game. What do you like this time?
I grabbed 24.5 here with Nevada. I just think it's a few too many. Nevada's actually not terrible, Mike. They've actually got a pretty good quarterback, Brennan Lewis. They're a team who can move the ball on the ground. They can eat clock, which is what I want to do. One of the goals is keeping the football out of Boise's hands. They've got a great prolific rushing attack, as we know. We know that they have a Heisman Trophy candidate, not going to win it, but still a candidate. When I look at this game, it just was too high. Boise's not good enough defensively, Mike, to lay this type of number. This is a group, if you're looking analytically, they're 95th in EPA per rush, which is an analytical stand to cover kind of the rushing per attempt. Throw in the fact that Nevada can move the football. They're a feisty team, as you alluded to. Boise's not played real well against them in the past. And look, to me, I had this number at 21. If you're going to give me 24.5, I'll lean on a Boise team who I don't think is very good defense. And we found, Mike, if you can stack the box a little bit against Ginty, you're going to be ahead of the curve. I just think keeping the ball out of his hands is important. Give me Nevada plus 24.5, a lot of points. I don't think they're as bad as some of these teams Boise's been beaten up on recently.
All right, let's go way out west again. Saturday night, 10:30. So if you're down a little bit, you need to catch, or you just want to have a little fun, be safe with the Bucks, everybody out there. You got a little Utah State, Washington State. Washington State now comes in at number 20. They're 20.5 in the line here, over under 69.5. So this is going to be a lot of fun. Utah State 1-4 against the spread as a road underdog here. Washington State 1-3 as a ranked team. So this is not a great spot for either of them here. And each of the last 3 games with Washington State has gone under the total. The number 69.5. 20.5 is the spread. Washington State. What do you got, Jeff?
I'm on the over here. Look, I'm just kind of at the point where if we're putting Washington State and Utah State games in the 60s, I think you have to play the over. Look, to be quite frank, Mike, Utah State's the worst defense in the country. There's no one worse. This group's given up 45 or more this year 5 times in 8 games. They're allowing 41 a game. This is a Utah State team, though, that can move the football. They're actually a pretty good passing attack. They're averaging over 300 yards a game, 10th in America. And they're playing a Washington State team defensively, 123rd nationally. So they're bottom 10 essentially in pass defense. You look at Washington State, one of the better offenses you don't know about. They throw the ball a lot. The quarterback, John Mateer, is like kind of a poor man's Johnny Manziel. They're averaging 38 a game. I think both these teams move, throw. Both are top 15 in plays per game as well. You're going to see a lot of possessions, a lot of plays, a lot of big plays. Weather looks good. I think this is like a 55-28 type of game. Washington State they could score 60 in this game. Utah State's that bad on defense.
They would almost cover by themselves in that instance there. All right, over is the play for that one. Let's go to tonight's game, and you can listen to it right here on 97.3 ESPN. The Bengals and the Ravens. It's a 6-point line. Baltimore at home. Ravens last week, 41 points. Bengals last week, their offense got going. Burrow, 12-3 against the spread if an underdog under 3 points. So he likes this spot on the road. But do you like the Bengals in this spot here?
Per se, not completely from a line standpoint, but one of the bets I've made, I think I've hit 4 straight best bets on Patreon. I'm crushing the NFL. I've been playing Cincy team total overs. This offense is, again, the NFL is all about numbers. 23.5 is too low of a number with Cincy's offense, right? This offense is still really good. They're still scoring 26 points a game. They're throwing the ball at a top 10 rate in the NFL. Their touchdown rate is top 5 in the red zone. They don't run the ball a lot, and they have a great quarterback. That's a great potion against one of the worst pass defenses in the NFL. Baltimore, Mike, it's really not close. They are the worst by a wide margin. To put that in perspective, Baltimore's given up 281 a game through the air. The next closest would be Jacksonville, 264. So they're almost 20 yards or more worse than anyone else. This pass defense sucks. They're not any good on defense. And that was evident the last time these two teams played when Cincy got, 38? 23.5 is too low. I think they keep moving the ball. Give me Cincy team total over 23.5. I don't trust their defense either.
Yeah, this one should be interesting to see. It's a Thursday night, too, so these games get a little wonky sometimes. And Cincinnati needs it. They obviously are chasing. They're 4-5, trying to get in that wild card mix in the AFC. All right, there you go. There's some plays this week over Iowa, UCLA, Nevada plus 24.5, over Washington State, Utah State, and the team total Cincinnati 23.5 tonight in the game. Before we let you run out here, college basketball season underway. How's it starting off? You got anything you like tonight?
Yeah, I don't mean to be that guy, Mike, but I'm crushing it. I'm really doing well to start the season. I 2-0 last night, had a couple of winners, an underdog, and then a favorite. I'm feeling good. I feel like I have a good read so far on all these teams. And it's the old adage, and I don't mean to be kind of crass, but, betting good teams against real bad teams is generally a good option. Just finding where I fit in. And look, again, Mike, I have a little bit of an advantage. I know a lot about, the UC San Diego's and the Idaho States and then Central Arkansas. So to me, I always feel like I have a leg up.
All right. Well, the college basketball season is underway. The college football season down the stretch. NFL double-digit weeks. It means it's a busy time in sports. Jeff Nadeau, at Jeff Nadeau on Twitter. Check out his Patreon page for some plays over there as well. And on Thursdays right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Jeff, thanks as always, bud.
Appreciate it, Mike.
All right, Jeff Nadeau, everybody, here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. We're getting ready to wrap up tonight's show. We're live at Chickies and Pete's in Egg Harbor Township. And, of course, I have my Bet365 plays of the day for you. Not good last night. We took the Sixers last night. That didn't go so well. They, of course, lost Tyrese Maxey, so things are not going well for them at all. We've been talking about that throughout the day. We'll give you our plays of the day coming up next here on the Sports Bash.
This is South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles continue the 2024 season this Sunday in Dallas against their NFC East rival Cowboys.
Past another, leaps over a third, and touchdown at the 30.
What was that? Listen to all the action with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick with pregame coverage starting at 3 p.m. and kickoff at 4:25. This is the play-by-play home of the Philadelphia Eagles. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
Tired of hearing no? Everywhere you go, we turn no into go during Black Nissan's November sales event. Say no to high-priced new cars. Brand new Met Black Nissan Sentra S, just $19,999. Say no to low trade offers. AJ the Trade Man wants your trade, no matter the make, miles, or condition. Say no to down payments. Say no to payments for 90 days. And say no to high interest rates. 60 months, 0% financing on every clearly marked new Nissan. Backed by Matt Black's 4-day love it or leave it return policy. Tired of hearing no to a discount on a new ride? New 25 Sentra S, under 20 grand.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Black Nissan.
Approved Tier 1 credit for NEMAC. Negative equity finance. VIN number SY231649. MSRP 22,730 plus tax tag at $689.98. Offers can't be combined. 0% for 60 months. Call 877-289-6670 or go to redblacknissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 12/5/24. It's on at Matt Black Nissan. The Black Horse Pike. Egg Harbor Township.
Lowe's knows you want to get even more value for the holiday. That's why as a My Lowe's Rewards member, you get new member deals on holiday decor, tools, and more. And you earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards to help you save on holiday and more. Not a member? Join for free today at Lowes.com/MyLowe'sRewards because Lowe's knows deals. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See Lowes.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-542-7711. 800-542-7711. That's 800-542-7711.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now, during our Veterans Day sale, save 40% on the Sleep Number Special Edition Smart Bed, plus free home delivery with any base. Ends Monday. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com.
Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning has been your trusted source for generations, and they are ready to keep you warm all season long. Schedule your heater tune-up today, and if you're ready to upgrade your HVAC system, act now. 0% financing, up to $15,000 for 84 months for qualifying ACE customers with no money down, but only while funds last. So call Broadleaf's today, your local factory-authorized Bryant dealer, for a free quote at 609-390-3907 or visit broadleafs.net. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Getting ready for more rain and longer nights? We've got you. Right now, you can earn up to $25 in bonus rewards when you buy 2 Sylvania Silver Star Ultra bulbs and 2 Rain-X Quantum Elite wiper blades. More rewards and better visibility at America's #1 lighting destination, AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Offer valid for AutoZone Rewards members. Restrictions apply.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screams. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You're listening to the Sports Bag with Mike Gill.
And it just keeps getting better.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Getting ready to get out of here at Chickies and Pete's Egg Harbor Township on this Thursday night. Good crowd out here. It's funny. Teachers conventions this week. Normally for the teachers convention, every year we've been in the Atlantic City one, and it's always mobbed over there. You came over here, and it's been mobbed here all day. So thanks to all the people who came up and said hello and stopped on out. You want to come out for a little dinner tonight? Chickies and Pete's a great spot. Get those A.J. Brown wings. You're a fan.
Yep. Well, chicken parm. So you go wings for the app. Then you get the main course as the chicken parm sandwich.
I mean, what are you, Peyton Manning? Chicken parm, wings? Like, do you eat anything else?
I tell you, I recommend it. You should stop on out here.
The sweet heat.
It's good, man.
All right, time for the Bet365 plays of the day. What did we do last night?
1 and 2, Mike. You mentioned with Nadu about how the Sixers let you down.
Yep.
Well, the Knicks also let you down because the Knicks didn't just not cover last night. They lost in Atlanta. But Mike Gill got right. Northern Illinois, they were -2. They won by 10.
Yeah, Narelle, last night, little college football play for you. I got a couple plays for you today. Let's see what we put down on the old list-a-rooney here. I got the Spurs under. I got the over in the football game tonight, Ravens and Bengals. I like the over. I like, going to go some, you know what time of the year it is, Josh. It's my college basketball time of the year.
Yep.
Air Force, -1.5.
Air Force?
Yep. Montana State, +17.5. And I got, I don't know, do I get into the weeds with, like, team totals? I like Iowa tonight.
I mean,
team total
I would
94.
say Montana State is in the weeds already.
I was going to say Montana's literally in the weeds.
Yeah, I got SMU first half, -18. You don't have to give those plays. I'm just giving the people some stuff there, all right? You can get that on the Bet365 play of the day. All right.
We just give the people Air Force and Montana? If that's not in the weeds, what is?
How about Southern Indiana, +3?
Is that an official pick?
That's an official play.
I'll write that down, Josh.
I don't even know where Southern Indiana is.
I gave you the NFL game tonight. Over. That's an over game.
Yeah, you gave us the Spurs under, too.
Yep, Spurs under and football game over. All right, that about does it for us here.
That would be Spurs Trailblazers.
Yes, Spurs Trailblazers.
Poor Popovich. He was sick for a few days there.
Yeah. Well, poor all of us. We had to watch the Sixers late last night. I mean, after midnight, you're watching that game. What time did you finally tap out?
Third quarter, I think like midway through third quarter, I said, I can't do it anymore. This is just, it's stupid.
That's it.
It was still close at the end of the third quarter, surprisingly enough, but then they had nothing in the fourth.
Well, we didn't talk about Paul George and his comments about getting booed last night.
Soft.
He said, it's stupid. I was a free agent.
Well, that's why you get booed. You're a free agent, and he decided to leave.
So he did come here for the money.
Of course.
Yeah, what do you think of that stadium with the they kept mentioning the announcer last night. Oh, 51 rows straight up and down.
I was seeing on the NBC Sports telecast, they were showing outside shots. They have like basketball courts outside the arena, and it's all face recognition. There's no cash, no funds are exchanged in that arena. It's all through like facial recognition.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like
$2 billion for you.
Should have been. It seems like it's an unbelievable experience. Like the ring that they got up on the ceiling up there.
They were saying on that podcast, Mike, with Chris Mannix and Ben Golliver. Golliver was saying, "Yeah, it's a great arena. Now the Clippers got to get people to actually come out here and come to games."
Well, the wall area looked pretty full last night. They're trying to make it like a college atmosphere where like the young players come out there.
Yeah, well, maybe they shouldn't charge $70 for parking.
Yeah, I think any charging for parking is egregious. In any situation, should be no charging for parking. You should be thrilled to death that I'm choosing to come into your building. You know, can you imagine Chickies and Pete's out there having a guy charging you to park your car to come eat dinner?
Well,
it's like
it happens around
shop
here.
right across. Yeah, but I'm saying it's egregious.
Yeah.
There should be no business charging for someone to park their car to come to your business
and give you money.
All right, that's it for me. I will be back tomorrow on a happy hour Friday. Sal Palantonio tomorrow night. But first, this. All right, that's the contest sounder, and that means caller 7-609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7 right now. You are entered for a chance to win 99 bottles. You get an entry, and you get a chance to win great tickets. We got 99 growlers at Mud Hen Brewing Company in Wildwood. They'll all be lined up on the table, and every growler will have a pair of tickets attached to them. Every growler will have a pair of tickets. So 99 growlers, 99 tickets, and caller number 7 at 609-573-3776. You are one of the 99. You could win tickets to see the Eagles and the Steelers, Sixers, Flyers, concert tickets, tickets to area shows all over the region. And it's all you got to be is caller 7. If you are caller 7, you've already won a pair of tickets. I'll talk to you tomorrow, everybody. Have a great night.
Ian Eagle here from Thursday Night Football on Westwood One. Devin McCourty and I will bring you AFC